This is The Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott, and we often talk about Dubai's big hitters, tourism and hospitality businesses. But today we're going to focus on the other businesses that make this city, Dubai, such a dynamic hub, from community-led concepts to experience-driven brands. These are the businesses shaping how we connect, how we spend every day. And right now, I think it's fair to say a little bit of adaptation is having to happen. So what does resilience mean? And what does it really look like in today's climate? It's kind of what's going to drive, I hope, this conversation. First of all, and to my right, it's hello to Grace Karim, who is the co-founder of Bookends. That's a community-driven platform making reading more accessible through book exchange and cultural initiatives. Trying to get this right. But Grace, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
You're very welcome. Good to have you here. It's also good morning to Lottie Jones, who is the founder of QuizBiz, which is a live entertainment company delivering, I'm going to quote here, Lottie, high-energy, interactive quiz experiences across the UAE.
That is correct. Hi, Tim.
Welcome. Nice to have you here. Also a side hustle in children's books. We might come back to that as well. And over Zoom, hi to Victoria Myers, who is the founder of the Small Retailer Network, which is a platform supporting independent businesses with training, mentorship, and growth strategies. Victoria, good to have you on as well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good to have you all here. And what I want to do is get your opinions, your views on all of you, a number of things to start with before we kind of turn to your particular areas of expertise. So to begin with, and Grace, I'll start with you here. Across your industry, the different industries that you guys work in, but with you in particular, what changes have you felt most immediately since, we've seen this kind of rise in tensions where we are now, the uncertainty we're feeling?
For us, reading is a refuge for a lot of people who are going through uncertainty. So they go to a book for them to get into some normalities in their lives. So people want more reading, they want more pages to travel through so they can put what's going on behind them and move forward.
Kind of lose themselves, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's kind of a refuge. Lottie, what about you? What changes have you felt most immediately?
Yeah, so we're a very service-based entertainment provider. So we provide quizzes all across the Emirates for people who like to go into the pubs and the bars, etc., different venues. So what we're seeing is a lot of people still want to continue with our service-based entertainment, and it's the challenge that we have is that are we providing that in a safe environment? Do we support our community to come out and quiz? Are we also supporting them if they want to stay at home and still attend the quizzes? We are also catering for that as well. So we are seeing quite a few changes in how people are continuing with kind of the daily routine.
Yeah, I can imagine. Victoria, what about you? You talk to people regularly, you're training, you're mentoring people. What have you felt most immediately?
For working with product-based businesses, one of the main challenges that they have had straight away is that sharp decrease in sales when tension started to really mount, because customer behavior was very distracted from buying things to other aspects. What we've noticed is there has been a gradual returning to more normal levels of spending. But what's really challenging a lot of the product businesses right now is the supply chain issues that have been created by these regional tensions. So whether brands are importing completed products they've had manufactured themselves, or materials to manufacture, the supply chain challenges are something that has become quite apparent at this point, and it's something that's obviously going to maintain quite a difficult position for some brands as we move forward. Having said that, obviously small businesses are very resilient, and they are finding new ways to manage, new ways to cope, and new strategies to overcome these challenges.
That's an interesting point. What kinds of practical changes have you seen your clients, people you're mentoring, changing to protect or maybe grow revenues?
Well, what we have found is I always advise people to be checking their inventory and to making sure like what product they have currently got on hand, what they're going to require, and what obviously they've got in transit that what they were expecting to have, and whether they're still going to be able to receive that in a timely manner or not. What brands have then been looking to do is either adapt their current stock planning strategy for the product that they do actually have on hand. Some brands have been adapting, creating new products, creating new styles and designs. In particular, we've seen quite a few brands who've been really emphasizing this connection to the UAE and to Dubai, and have been producing product which customers are really keen to buy into, which really reflect their connection to the UAE, and those kind of products which normally they might sell perhaps around National Day at the end of the year, they have been reintroducing, rebringing that kind of product back to the fore, because that's the kind of thing that customers are looking for at the moment, and really adapting their product strategy to meet the current needs of the customer.
Lottie, can I ask you the same question? Have you had to make any practical changes, any particular changes?
We have introduced the feature of online quizzing. So we're now doing it through Zoom, kind of harks back to COVID era.
I was going to say, yeah.
People make the comment, feels just like COVID, but obviously it's not. We're allowed out. We can move about our daily activities with caution. But yeah, we've started a new Sunday quiz, which happens every Sunday. Right. And the first one that we did, so huge in popularity that we actually almost broke the software.
So what did you get in terms of numbers then?
Well, we had 246 people join the Zoom wanting to connect from their home. And then the software allowed us to allow in 185 teams. And we didn't know the capability of the speed quizzing software, which is the software we use. So yeah, that was an awakening that we actually had a limit on that. But we've done one every Sunday for 4 weeks now. And the popularity is really amazing. But so is also the people coming to the bars. We've still got good attendance there as well.
Okay, so that's 246 people joining, but that could be 246 teams of people.
Households, so maybe
that's
couples,
households, so that
families.
could be 3-4 people potentially.
Yeah.
That's huge. Grace, let me ask you a little bit about your customers first of all. Are your customers behaving differently? Has it changed at all? You're talking about books as a refuge for people, but what's your feeling on how customers are?
We felt that people, they want to have an escape. However, they don't want to spend too much money. And they also want offers, and affordability is the key point for them to act. Having said that, we are a lot stronger online because we are a platform. We deliver across the whole UAE. And people are having the freedom to place their orders at their fingertips. They don't need to come to our store. However, because the people who are around our area physically, they wanted something that is normal into their life, they were bringing their kids and coming to the store. But of course, this is a lot less than it used to be before. And for that reason, we also went online and we did a few activities. We did a book reading, we did quizzes, we did discussions around books just to keep the community connected, and people, they attended, they were very happy to have this kind of activities. On top of this, because March is the month of reading, we are offering a 1 dirham book across the whole month, and it is still there until the end of March. Okay. And those are accessible through bundle online and through an offering in our store physically.
Do you know, the thing that I'm getting from this is connection, how important connection is, how important, seeking out, not companionship, but I mean, I guess that's a byproduct of it, but that the connection is key. Victoria, can I ask you about the kind of messaging that's resonating with customers at the moment? What are your clients, people you're mentoring, telling you?
Well, I think the thing that customers are really connecting with quite a lot at the moment is community, as you mentioned. So feeling part of something bigger than themselves right now and feeling part of a collective because it is a common experience that we are going through right now. It is an uncertain time for everybody. So if customers want to feel that the brands that they're shopping with recognise that and are bringing that community feel. They're also, customers are really looking for things like, they're looking for comfort, they're looking to feel cosy and safe in their home. So again, as Grace was saying, it was Lottie was saying, looking in those kind of like harking back to sort of COVID kind of feelings. It's that feeling safe and cozy at home. People are investing in things to make their home environment feel pleasant and comfortable. And then they're also really looking for a bit of joy as well, because there is so much heavy news at the moment. Things are serious. So there are also, on the opposite end of the spectrum, customers are looking for things that are going to bring them joy, and they're connecting with brands that are really helping them to see that it's still okay to try and feel good, and it's still okay to experience a bit of fun, a bit of joy, and even if it's different to how they normally would do it. So when brands can really communicate and connect with their customers on these kind of topics, they're finding that customers are really appreciating that and are really looking to connect with them.
Have you had to change where or how you market your services to increase visibility as of now, or to help with relevance?
Well, obviously, the work that I do is always relevant to small businesses and to help them to grow. So at the moment, it has just been more of the same. It has been connecting with all those people in my wider connections and my wider network, just to make sure that everybody is feeling okay and has got what they need. My role and my passion as a community leader is to help people feel supported, to help people feel safe. So I do have a very wide network and lots of connections. So that is what I have been really leaning into, is that personal connection, just making sure that all those individuals out there on a personal level are getting the support that they need. Whereas that's layered onto the community element, which is always there, which is bringing lots of business owners together.
All three of you have really strong community elements in one way or another in your businesses. Have you seen, I'll ask you first of all, Lottie, have you seen that? Is it different in the current climate?
I think it's not different in a way that our messages were
kind
still
of same,
here.
Same but different,
It
I
is
suppose.
because we've created with our community a sense of continuity and normality. And if you come to the quiz, you're going to get exactly the same experience as you did before. When you walk in, you kind of like leave the outside world behind you. You know, you meet up with friends, you laugh. You can actually see the tension from people kind of leaving them as the quiz starts and they get into the trivia. So for us, you know, we're keeping that message of we're here, we're open, we're still the same. But when it comes to, it's very interesting what's happening in entertainment at the moment, because, you know, venues are kind of closing down some of their budgets. So some of the entertainers are unfortunately being laid off for the minute or on pause, or some entertainers are being asked to kind of take a pay cut at the minute. And, you know, you can see bars and restaurants, they're putting lots of deals out, 50% off, teach them crew, etc. So it's really important that the entertainers are still able to perform, because that's the way that they make their living. And with the quiz hosts, you know, what I'm doing right now is to ensure that, you know, the fees are protected, that they're getting the exact same fee with us that they are usually. And that's really important to us, that we keep everything kind of the same and our entertainers aren't feeling the kind of crunch, as it were.
It's such a difficult time, particularly in an industry like yours, where maybe people aren't, you know, willing to gather as much as they were. Hopefully that changes soon. Grace, how do you turn? Obviously, you're very connected with the community as well. But how do you turn community into something that actively supports growth rather than just the engagement that you described with a book?
For us, we believe that Bookends is not Somia and Grace. Bookends is for every reader. And that was witnessed when we went through the floods in 2024. And we were scared that yesterday it was almost coming back, but last minute it was saved. When this happened, we had to close. We lost more than 14,000 books. We lost all our shelvings. And the way we came back is because of the community. And everyone gathered together. They came physically to help us. They came and they donated afterwards books. So they are connected to Bookends, and they always put in effort to support us in all means. And this is being seen now as well, because people are still buying books, and we have a good customers returns, the repeated customers. So you can see that there is a loyalty. The only thing is people are scared to leave their homes, so the store is a bit quieter than normally is. So this is the support that you are getting from the community.
Yeah. But I spent yesterday buying sandbags, so I feel you. I can't believe 14,000 books. That's dreadful. Victoria, are you seeing more collaboration between businesses right now? And if you are, how does that look? In terms of community support collaboration. I mean.
Well, collaboration is always at the heart of what we do in the Small Retail Network, and it's something that's always a key focus for true collaboration. So rather than just saying that we're supporting each other, the goal is always for that support to be practical and it to be meaningful. So it's not just a case of working together on projects that will result in sales, but it's also the sharing of ideas, it's the sharing of support, it's the asking questions and getting answers from within the community. And it's using that collaborative approach rather than a competitive approach, which really helps everybody to grow, because everyone can then benefit from each other's experience and each other's ideas as well. Because what we've really found is, particularly at times like this when there's heightened stress, it can be sometimes easier to see a clear path for somebody else's business that you've got a slight distance from than it is your own, which obviously you're very close to, and it can be quite difficult to kind of see a path out. So what we found is we've shifted some of the regular sessions that we have from the normal schedule to ones that have just been more open discussion, brainstorming, sharing of ideas, and helping each other to see a clear path through. And it's that kind of collaboration that brings good results for everybody in the long term, but it's particularly needed right now when it can be really hard to think clearly and calmly when the pressure is on if you're not making the same sales that you would expect to, especially in a month like March, which is normally a really strong sales month. It's been Ramadan and Eid. It's been St. Patrick's Day, it's International Women's Day. There's lots of things in March that generally generate a lot of sales. It's usually a really healthy month for the retail industry, but this has obviously had quite an impact on customers' normal buying behaviour. So having the opportunity to talk with each other and truly collaborate on coming up with solutions and ideas has been really impactful.
Lottie, let me ask you the same question, but you mentioned entertainers. Entertainers, of course, who may have been asked to almost furlough in some instances. Things are kind of in that holding pattern. How are you seeing collaboration between entertainers? They know each other, they work together.
We're seeing to echo what Victoria said, we're seeing a real kind of rallying round with small businesses right now. And I was at one of my quizzes last week, and there was an entertainer who had just kind of been laid off, put on pause, as it were. And she was there, and she said, "I've come to celebrate the quiz, come to support you." And I thought, isn't that amazing? You've actually come to one of our events when yours have paused. And I think that's how we're showing solidarity to each other right now, to support each other in the events that are still running. But to talk about the small businesses that are rallying around each other. So we work with 11 small businesses, and they donate prizes for us for the quizzes.
Okay.
And for them, we kind of give them free marketing. So we'll feature them on the screens, we'll feature them on our Instagram, we'll talk about their businesses. And these are everything from kind of small yoga studios to salsa classes, free dentistry, there's home cleaning services, there's apps, things like that. And it's because I'm a startup myself, I formed Quiz Biz with just one host, which was myself. And we've grown to, a team of 18 now. I think it's really important to really help each other that are starting up in the same position that I was 2 years ago. And it's something we can really do. And it's fantastic to see that we're all supporting each other.
It is. I mean, I guess in your business, it's kind of a naturally networking style thing as well, isn't it? I mean, that must help.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We all know each other. It's a very small industry, and we all face the same challenges. It's notoriously difficult in the entertainment industry here to kind of, the payments are a bit slow, things like that. So we're all kind of used to the same pitfalls. But then the highs are really high, It's a fantastic industry to be in.
No, it is when it works and when things are going well. No, I'm completely with you. I want to turn to each of you and ask you a few questions specifically about you and your business, if that's okay. And I'm going to start with you, Grace, if I can turn to you for a moment. You're building, it's a long-term, it's a cultural movement, really, isn't it, with the 1 million books challenge. How are you driving momentum early on in a climate where attention, particularly at the moment, attention is fragmented?
For us, we thought that our purpose is to encourage more reading in the era where everyone is on social media and away from actual books.
Yeah.
And for doing that, we are having all the time affordable books in the market, online and in our physical store. So we thought we want to do more of that for the community to come back together. So collectively, we launched that challenge, which just launched last month. And by December 2030, we want to reach 1 million books read in the UAE collectively. So the idea is very simple. You finish reading a book, you come to the website and you log it. I read a book.
Okay.
You read 2 books, you just come and log it. And that is there until December 2030. So we have 5 years to reach 1 million books. I think it's not optimistic, it's realistic. So I hope we will reach that.
How do you know people are reading the books? How do you check?
Because readers, I tell you what, readers, they respect a book. They're true to themselves. And we have also unmanned shelves across the whole UAE in collaboration with other businesses, hotels, coffee shops, and restaurants. And those are run based on honesty. And we hardly have any stock that is lost because readers, they respect the book, they pay for the book. We don't have any stealing as such. And that comes also with authenticity. So there is no point of cheating and log in 20 books when you read only 1.
It's the cynic in me that asks that. But I respect that. I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of it because it's kind of it's low tech. It's kind of offline. You do it when you want to. Is that, with the way we are these days, we're also tech-centric. Is that a real USP? Is that a strong selling point, do you think?
I think so, because people are getting back to authenticity. When we started Bookends 5 years ago, the idea was to be only online. We didn't have any intention of opening a physical store. In 2002, on a daily basis, people are asking, do you have a place where we can come and visit you? We want to touch the books, feel the books, smell the books. And we have lots of people who left their audiobooks and their Kindles to get back to actual books simply because books are affordable. So yes, we are not a high-tech business. We are very much low-tech because people are tired of being interrupted. They want a real me time. And when you are reading an actual book, you are having your me time because you're not being interrupted by any notification or a phone call or an email that is forcing you to put on hold your reading and then get back to the book. No, you are immersed in your reading.
Well, anything that forces you to concentrate on something for more than 20 seconds has got to be a good thing now. I can see in your eyes. What's your strategy? Because you can get people to participate. 1 million books in the 5 years or so is a nice idea. But you want sustained engagement, don't you?
Absolutely. And that comes with our posts, with our engagement with people, reminder all the time. It is on our homepage, so people, when they come to the website, immediately they can see it. And regular reminders, people coming to the store, we talk about it, and we can see people are excited to participate.
Lottie, let me turn to you. QuizBiz is built around, really built around live experiences, plus you now have the online experiences, of course. But how do you keep the consistency up and keep the attendance strong, particularly now?
Yeah, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, we've seen actually more people attend the quizzes in person than we ever have before. And it's mainly
Because they're looking for something.
yeah, because maybe we're on distance learning now for the teachers. People are working from home a little bit more during this time. And when it comes to the evening, people are like, right, I think I'm ready to go out now. And, as long as we're providing the safe environment. So we've moved all of our quizzes indoor. We did have some that were outside. And we are also providing the online quizzes. And we're giving people the option, if you want to stay in and quiz, we're here. If you want to come out and quiz, we're here. But in our bigger venues, the ones that aren't in hotels where footfall is low, where occupancy is low for tourism, we're seeing our venues in the residential areas taking a real jump in numbers. We're getting like 100, 150 people all coming to the quizzes. So in one area of our business, we've really slowed down and we're on pause when it comes to our kind of venues that are in hotels for tourists. But then it's actually taught me that QuizBiz is actually probably 90% residents. Our community is 90% residents. And we're seeing more people than ever actually attend quiz nights because they are craving the normality. They want to meet up with friends. And and the venues are kind of catering for that.
It's kind of business as usual in lots of ways, isn't it? If you had to adjust, the formats or the formula or the offerings at all?
We haven't changed anything to do with the actual format of the quizzes because we wanted people to feel like everything is just continuing as normal.
Right.
What we have made a big change is we've cut our expenditure quite a bit. So we've cut our marketing budget. The things that I would call the luxuries that kind of add to our visibility as a business, we've made trimmings to that. So when it comes to social media ads, kind of some forms of PR, because our quizzes can actually run, we're only operating with them. So if we have the quizmaster and we have the customers, we're running like that. We're not running any additional things.
Right.
Because we are a small business and we have got to take care of our cash flow very carefully. So we can continue to pay the quiz hosts.
Cash flow is everything, isn't it?
Everything. And this is what, going back to the COVID times as well, it taught us then cash flow is everything. And then it's been nearly 6 years since COVID. And I think we kind of almost lull into a false sense of security. I think everything's fine, but cash flow is king. And that's something that I have completely learned.
It really is that. It's the Godfather 3 thing, isn't it? Just when you thought you were out from COVID, you pulled back into a similar situation. As you scale, you're looking to grow the business. What are your next moves to keep up, any momentum that you're building?
Well, we started with one quiz. So I am myself a quiz host. I'm a former teacher as well, but I'm a quiz host first of all. And I built the team based on people coming to me and saying, I love what you're doing. I'd like to be a quiz host as well. And we grew from 1 to 14 quiz hosts. And we started off with one quiz and we were up to 24 quizzes across the Emirates. So we have 1 in Sharjah, we have 2 in Abu Dhabi and the rest in Dubai. And the business plan is to keep on growing outwards and franchising the business model. We want to go into the other GCC countries and beyond. And that is still the plan. It's just maybe on hold a little bit in this time.
It's in the holding pattern, I suppose, at the moment.
And we've also launched a physical game, a trivia game. And that came from kind of videos that we posted online going viral. And we call it the Nerd Herd Trivia Wars. And it's got millions of views all over the world right now. And people have been saying, is this something I can buy and play at home? And we thought we should make it. So it came from kind of customer demand. And we weren't going to launch it yet, but we were actually pushing the launch forward because, of course, people are staying in a little bit more. This game you can play inside at home. And we thought, you know what, let's bring the launch forward. And so we're actually going into e-commerce as well.
One question with quizzes, pub quizzes, the like. How do you make sure that people don't cheat, don't use their phones? Because that's an ongoing saga.
So I used to do pen and paper quizzes, and I used to have to patrol in and out all the tables. And if I caught anyone cheating, it was a straight disqualification.
And the teacher came out. And,
oh, yeah. I went straight back to the classroom,
Ruler, back of the neck.
Cheating. Oh, yeah.
Right, nice.
But we actually use an app which is called Speed Quizzing. It was developed in the UK and it's used worldwide. And speed quizzing has the function where you get points based on your speed. So if you answer super quickly, you get more points. And, it takes at least 5-6 seconds to Google the answer. And some people do still attempt that, but they're not going to get anywhere in the top 10 because it's all based on speed.
Right.
So we've actually got around that issue.
Okay, good. Victoria, over to you now. Thank you for staying with us. It's difficult when you're on Zoom to bring you into the conversation as much as I'd like to. Let me ask you a very simple, very direct question about mistakes that you're seeing in the people that you work with. What are you seeing at the moment that businesses might not be doing properly or correctly or right?
I think the biggest mistake I've seen a lot of brands make in the last few weeks is to just freeze entirely. And it's almost been a bit of a panic of not knowing what to do. And there's been quite a lot of concern from small business owners because they operate with such heart and their business means so much to them and their customers mean so much to them that they've had a real fear of marketing their business and their product for fear of being insensitive or offending or upsetting anybody. And that's really held them back from telling customers what it is that they've got to offer. So that's been something that I've been really working with the people in our community, but also elsewhere, just to try and encourage people to remember that the customers are still out there, they are still wanting to buy, and it's really important that small business owners do tell customers what they have available to buy. So that's been something that we've really been putting a lot of focus on, is almost giving permission to market your business, to promote your business, to operate as usual, because I think a lot of small business owners have really felt a little bit of pressure and nerves to actually continue in that way. So that's something that I've really been working on, because particularly that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're concerned about slow sales and you're anxious about how customers will react, then you're not going to make any sales. And then it becomes, the longer it lasts, the harder it becomes to get back to it, to feel confident and comfortable doing your normal day-to-day work within the business. So that has been something that has been a bit of a challenge for a lot of small business owners, and it's something that I've been actively working on within the small retailer network community and within my wider network, to really encourage people to make sure they are doing it, because customers not only want to buy, but they really need some of the things that small businesses are selling. So that has been something that I think a lot of brands have unfortunately held themselves back a little bit during this time, and that has had an impact on their sales. But as people start to feel a little bit more of what they keep referring to as the new normal, people are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable now. Brands are now starting to feel again a little bit more comfortable to promote themselves and market themselves. But obviously big brands, big companies are still doing the same thing that they've always done. They're still running their ads, they're still putting out their social content. Primark's still opening in Dubai Mall tomorrow. Like, big brands are continuing as normal, and it's encouraging small businesses to think in a big business way like that, and remember that they have a valid product that the customer wants to buy, and that they still need to make sure that they are marketing that product as much as possible, even during challenging times.
Yeah, it's the carrying on thing, isn't it? But it's difficult, isn't it? Particularly in a small business, if it's one or two of you, it's that initial hit, I guess, to confidence, and it's important to remember that, isn't it?
Absolutely. And obviously, as we've been going through the course of these last few weeks as well, for a lot of small business owners who maybe are doing everything or most things in their business themselves, if they've also got to layer on homeschooling challenges on top of that, then the literal juggle of managing their time becomes much more challenging. But I think one of the big things that has been holding them back has really been the mindset and being able to have the confidence to continue to promote their products and to promote their business during this time, as well as the technical and sort of logistical challenges of actually being able to operate as usual.
You mentioned a huge brand there, an international clothing brand, Primark, opening at Dubai Mall tomorrow. Let me ask you a little bit about competition. How can small businesses compete with the larger brand with these huge marketing budgets and, staged openings, the way they develop their business? When it's really uncertain, a small business in particular can't overextend itself. So how do you keep that competitive edge that you're trying to grow?
Well, I think it's really important to recognise that although obviously there are limitations, particularly in terms of budget, for what small businesses can do versus big businesses, they can still use a lot of the techniques, a lot of the strategies that large businesses use. They just have to adapt them more to fit into their own business model. And that's what I do as part of the Small Retailer Network. We look for the ways to use the big business strategies and to adapt them for small businesses. So, but the other key thing to think about when it comes to big business versus small business is that small businesses actually have a lot of advantages over big businesses in terms of they have a lot more agility, they can be much more flexible, they can respond to customer needs and changing business environments much more quickly than large brands can, which is like turning a very large slow ship. There's a lot of layers of decision makers to go through before a large brand can change direction, whereas a small business, they can make decisions really quickly. They can really react to what customers want and need at any given time, and they can adapt and make changes. And in that way, they can be better able to meet the needs of customers during challenging times like this than some of the big brands. And as I said before, we've seen this in the way that they have really leaned into this connection with the UAE. The big brands aren't able to turn around new product quickly enough to get that onto the shelves in a way that small businesses are able to do. And so there are obviously limitations and challenges to competing with big brands, but actually if you look at it from a different way and look at the advantages that small business owners have, then that can be something that's really positive and helps small businesses to see the opportunities and to continue to grow even in challenging times.
Number of questions that I could direct to each of the three of you, and I'm going to ask you, Grace, first of all, do you see where we are now? Do you see it as a slowdown, or do you see this moment as a time to reflect, so maybe a moment of opportunity in business terms?
For every business, it is uncertain of what is tomorrow hiding for us. And we need to take this in consideration while we are trying to keep our normality in place. At the same time, you have expenditure that whether you're working, you're not working, you have to endure that. You have to have the cash flow to cover that in terms of rent and other fixed operation costs that you have to cater for, whether you're working or not. And for us, I would say that we are a community-based business, and we are very close to our customers, and we have a support from people. We've seen that before, and we are seeing it now as well. And as Victoria was saying, this is the differentiation we have, us being small versus the big brands. We are accessible. People talk to us on the phone. They reach us on WhatsApp. Immediately we answer. So we are showing that we are there for you, customers. And we are providing some normalities into the days of uncertainty. And hopefully, this will not going to last for a very long time, and sooner or later we're going back to our normal days. And we are here to stay. We're not here to give up no matter what. Since we started Bookends, we've been hit by a lot of downs. COVID was one of them. The floods was another one. Now another uncertainty. We don't know what tomorrow is hiding. So to me, those are expensive lessons of resilience and how we will come out of that. This, we look back, after a few months, we look back at it and we say, that was an expensive lesson.
Yeah, for sure. But you get through these things, don't you?
We have to. We cannot break.
Yeah. No, it's amazing what you can deal with if you face it. I mean, that's something you learn, I think. Lottie, let me ask you, what's a mindset shift that business owners need to make? Grace just mentioned the word resilience there. I'm going to use it again. You've got to be resilient at a time like now. But how do you adjust your thinking?
Absolutely. And, I'm relatively new to business. QuizBiz is under 3 years old. So everything is a learning process for me right now. And this is the takeaway. It's a good thing. It will help me grow better as the leader of a business. But for me, the mindset is that, we need to keep everything to be completely, continuous for all of our quiz guests. And it would just be to kind of keep pushing on and remember the thing about saving for a rainy day, the cash flow, everything like that. And, it's a time where we are slowing down. It's a time for us to focus on other parts of the business as well. For example, I can now put some more time and energy into looking at franchising, things like that. So, I think it's just about taking stock, fine-tuning the products that you have and the experiences that you're giving, and making sure that the whole team feel valued.
And Keeping on.
Keep going.
Yeah, okay. Victoria, let me ask you very directly, what's an opportunity right now that businesses might be overlooking in this current environment, this current climate?
I think small businesses, obviously at the moment, there has been a huge wave of support for small businesses across the UAE in the last few weeks. There has been, on every platform, every level, people are talking about the importance of supporting small business. And I think that this is a real opportunity now for a lot of small businesses to really secure that connection with the customers out there. People all across the UAE are putting their hands up and saying, small business is important to me. I want to shop with small business. So this is a huge opportunity for brands to really lean into that and listen, and to really highlight the fact that they are a small business and how they can benefit the customer from shopping with them. And there's been all these posts sharing online about tag a small business, and it's making sure that if you are tagged or share, or people are sharing these posts, that you're actually using that information to connect with the people who are putting their hands up, and really using this opportunity to build community with customers who were already shopping with you, but also the customers who haven't yet bought but are interested and are looking for new ways to start shopping with small business and to show their support for the local businesses of the UAE.
So we've got a minute left. I want to ask you, and I'm going to ramble a bit so you can think about what I'm going to ask you next. The question is going to be your biggest piece of advice for businesses trying to stay strong right now. And you've got a sentence to answer this. So I'm going to come to each of you. I was going to offer you a paragraph, but time's just not permitting. So a sentence on being strong as a business in this current climate. Grace, first of all.
When you think of a book, think bookends first. We are here for you, no matter what.
It's a really good sentence. You clearly read a lot of books. Okay, Lottie, a sentence.
Protect your team, protect your community and staff, look after them, because, Dubai will bounce back, and it's a really crucial time to make everyone feel valued, and that we will continue strongly.
Positive message. I like it. Victoria, final words are yours today.
I would say, do not go through this alone. Find the community that was there to support you. There are lots of other people who are experiencing exactly the same as you. And if you work together and collaborate, then you will come out of this stronger.
Three of you, I really appreciate you coming in today. Grace Kareem's the co-founder of Bookends. Great to meet you. Appreciate your thoughts.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you for having us.
You're very welcome. Lottie Jones is the founder of QuizBiz. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And Victoria Myers, founder of the Small Retailer Network. Thanks, Victoria.
Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you joining us. How UAE businesses are doing right now. The thoughts of three people running very different businesses. It's been a great conversation. Thank you all once again. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the Morning Drive. Just over 4 weeks into the Strait of Hormuz crisis, energy markets still on edge. Oil trading well over $100 a barrel. Shipping risks remain, and insurers are tightening conditions as uncertainty persists. What began as a regional flashpoint is now feeding directly into global recession risk, and supply chains are adjusting in real time. Governments are watching closely. The key question, are markets finding a new normal, or is a bigger shock still building? Lots to discuss. Robin Mills is the CEO of Kamar Energy, joins me on the show. Where to start? I guess the big, broad question to begin with is as good a place to start as any. Where do things stand right now in the oil markets as this crisis continues, Robin?
Well, oil prices jumping again, and this seems to be a consistent pattern. We get them talked down, but then when there's no action over the weekends, then the market opens on Monday, and then they're up about a couple of dollars overnight. And really, the expectation there, I think, the transit through the Gulf has hardly changed. Yes, a few kind of politically favoured ships are getting out, but really hardly any increase, and certainly nowhere near pre-war levels. and so the crunch continues to get tighter and tighter.
Well, it does. Somewhere over $100 a barrel, as it seems to be at the moment, for that 159 litres. Just how serious at this point is this for the global economy?
Well, very serious, and getting more serious with every day that the strait remains almost totally closed. So, the tankers the last tankers that left before the outbreak of the war are now arriving at their destinations. They're arriving at the further points. So, first of all, of course, Asia, India, and so on, and then now it's time to arrive at in the first few days of April that they will be arriving in Europe and some of the further Asian points. And after that, no more tankers are coming. So then the crunch will really start arriving, and countries there will have to cut back on refining use, on petrochemicals when the oil supplies aren't coming. And already a lot of Asian countries have tried to bring in emergency measures. So stopping oil exports, trying to have people drive less, work from home, use less air conditioning, all kind of emergency measures. And that, of course, will have an effect on the economy as well over time.
Which we've seen very dramatically in the Philippines, of course. So a physical shortage of crude and I guess a geopolitical risk premium kind of built in as well.
Well, I don't so much call it a risk premium now. It's real, right? I mean, it's not a theoretical thing. Supplies will be disrupted. I mean, they absolutely are. So that risk premium that we had pre-war has translated it into reality. But still, the kind of headline oil prices that you will see, this the kind of $115 per barrel for Brent crude as we have now, is still, it's not particularly high by historical standards, and it still doesn't show that the full magnitude of the crisis. If you ask what you would have to pay for a tanker full of oil today, if you wanted to, if you're a refiner, let's say, that's considerably more.
How long can the global economy handle oil above $100?
Well, above $100 is fine. We've been well over $100 before, and the economy has continued okay. I think it's when we get into the territory that we're approaching $150. That's when the emergency lights are really on, and I think we're gradually creeping towards that, and then probably we'll get closer, and the price will rise faster. Unless there is some signs of a resolution to the crisis, which we don't seem to be seeing now.
Robin, how close do you think we're moving towards a global recession because of this crisis? The IMF has recently warned of a synchronized slowdown. If energy costs stay at this level through Q2, which of the major economies in Europe and China, in India, would you expect to tip over into recession first?
Well, we see, let's say Goldman Sachs will tell you there's a 30% chance of a global recession, and that chance is probably increasing. Obviously, even in a global recession, maybe some countries keep growing. But I think, we look at the vulnerable ones. There are certainly some Asian countries, as you mentioned, who are big oil importers and will be hit quite badly. I don't know if that means India. The Indian economy has been doing very well recently. It may see a slowdown, but not an actual recession. But if we speak about recession, obviously the ones that are growing slower anyway are more vulnerable. So Japan, of course, stands out. That's a big energy importer. Some of the European countries, obviously the UK, Germany, they're vulnerable. The US is cushioned a bit as a big oil producer, but the US economy has other weaknesses. So the US economy, maybe for other reasons, but may tip into recession as well.
One of the things that characterizes the current situation is it's simply uncertainty, how long the conflict might last, the approach from the US president. I mean, we see changing announcements, ruminations, if you like, sometimes in the same press conference. What do you make of the uncertainty as this continues?
Well, the uncertainty is huge. As you say, we don't know how long the war will continue. We don't know what the resolution will look like. Is there going to be some kind of a diplomatic deal? Is there still a lot more military action to come? And what kind of this will ultimately end with some kind of negotiated settlement, but in whose favour? So all those things are uncertain. But also the impact of this crisis through all the supply chains and the other industries. And that I think people have been starting to talk about, but still, you don't really know that until you stress test the supply chain. So I'm talking about the way in which oil goes into all kind of other things like plastics, for example, natural gas, which has been, of course, liquefied natural gas has been also been cut off. That affects the power sector. That affects also plastics, fertilizers going to the food industry. There's a whole bunch of other specialist materials that come out of the Gulf, like helium, which is used in making semiconductor chips, sulfur, which is used in fertilizers and chemicals. So there's a whole bunch of other industries that will come under strain. And we're only 30 days in. So at the moment, people are still using their stocks. They're still relying on tankers that are maybe just still en route. Give it, another few weeks when the supplies really stop. Then we start seeing which industries are going to be hit worst and which industries maybe have ways through this.
Are we starting to see businesses, consumers cut back because of, for fear of uncertainty, for fear of the higher prices?
It's hard to say because we're only 30 days in, right? And most of this data, the formal data comes out monthly. And even then, the monthly data that we get now is looking back at February. So, hard to say that. So we have to look at more anecdotal and high frequency data. But I think there's clearly signs, yes, that inflation is creeping up, and that'll mean probably more interest rate rises in the US, which will certainly dampen the economy. Flights clearly being affected as well as prices for fuel go up significantly. So there's all these kind of knock-on effects as well.
Is there anything that governments or anything more that governments or producers could do to calm the market?
Well, I think they need to look for individual governments who aren't involved in the war. Their options are limited, of course. But I think avoiding panic measures, but showing that they appreciate the seriousness of the situation, that they have a plan. I think things like sensible measures to ease demand and to make sure that oil goes to essential users, hospitals, schools, emergency services, and so on. That's helpful. Things like subsidies, things like trying to cap prices, restrict exports of fuels, those kind of things are dangerous and they risk spreading the crisis more widely.
In terms of supply, you've been tracking regional infrastructure for years. How much of the 20 million barrels that usually transit Hormuz can realistically be diverted through the East-West pipeline or the Adcop line to Fujairah? Are we hitting the ceiling of our kind of bypass capacity?
Yes, we are hitting that ceiling, right? So out of the 20 million, as you say, about 1.5, maybe to stretch up to 2 million is the Iranian supplies, which are, of course, are going anywhere. They're not stopping their own ships. The East-West pipeline appears to be getting up to about 5 million per day of exports of crude oil going out. Of course, some of that oil in that pipeline is being used for domestic use in Saudi refineries. And the Adcop pipeline to Fujairah, about 1.7 million barrels per day. Yes, that's also being used about as much as possible, although there have been, of course, been some attacks on Fujairah. So all of those are at maximum. Perhaps you can squeeze a bit more out of them with some technical fixes in the short term, but not a lot more. So really, beyond that, we're reliant on which ships can get out of the Gulf by cutting deals with the Iranians. We've seen Indian vessels, we've seen some Pakistani vessels, maybe the Japanese, Thai ships, all doing deals, but I mean they're not at anything like normal levels.
We focus on petrol regularly, LNG, of course, but the Gulf is also a hub for nitrogen, for urea, as you've pointed out. How, in your view, is the current situation affecting global food security as we speak today, or the potential? I guess I'm aiming at.
Yeah, potential, I think, so far. I mean, look, we're coming into the planting season for the Northern Hemisphere. People would normally be applying fertilizer through April.
Sure.
So fertilizer prices are going up and likely to go up a lot more, as you say. And that is the nitrogen fertilizers like urea, as you say. But but then also the phosphate fertilizers, which require sulfur to make them. The Gulf is a big exporter of sulfur, so both of those fertilizers potentially being hit. And that won't have an immediate impact, but it will have an impact, of course, when people come to harvest the crops in summer and there wasn't enough fertilizer and they didn't grow as much. And then there's all the logistical disruption, fuel prices going up, fuel not being available, so maybe food can't move around as easily as you'd hope. I think the danger there is that we get a knock-on impacts where governments say put bans on exporting food, and then food importing countries struggle to get the food no matter what price they're willing to pay, and that of course affects the lower income countries most, as usual.
Robin, I don't want to ask you to peer into a crystal ball, but I'm interested in your views for a number of different reasons, but in particular for the signs that you look for in terms of your expertise to tell if things are getting worse or if things are beginning to improve in any way. Any glimpses into the Robin Mills worldview, I guess I'm asking.
Well, I don't want to be too gloomy about all this, but we also have to be realistic, right? So, I mean, the one kind of semi-positive is that some ships are getting out. Some ships are doing deals with the Iranians. That they get inspected. They're kind of cleared as politically acceptable. We hear that they pay a toll, and you'll see a number of $2 million per ship thrown around, and then they get out. And so some liquefied petroleum gas, which of course is used for cooking, very important. Is getting to India, and I was in India a few days ago. People were very worried about their cooking gas supply. So there are some kind of signs of easing there, but we're talking a few ships a day, not the 100 plus that were crossing the strait before the war. Otherwise, no. I mean, look, we have to wait until there is some kind of a solution.
Final question for you. Do you feel as though there's a secondary shock building in the refined products market, diesel and jet fuel, that maybe we haven't seen yet? Or is it that well-worn adage in the energy industry, prices rise like a rocket, fall like a feather?
Well, I'm waiting for them to fall in whether like a feather or a rocket. I mean, at the moment, they're just going up, right?
They are.
And you actually like refined products. Yeah, jet fuel has already actually gone over $200 per barrel if you want to buy jet. So absolutely, we're going to see airfares going up.
Robin Mills is the CEO of Kamar Energy. Robin, always appreciate your insights. Thank you once again for joining us this morning. Just a reminder of a couple of other things that we are doing here, and I look ahead to this morning as well. We're very much concentrating on energy, water, power and transportation as well this morning, as well as we're going to be talking events too. But a reminder that you can stay updated with our news on X, on the website mirabusiness.fm, and also on the WhatsApp channel. And podcasts, look for Mira Business FM wherever you get our podcasts from. Currently, Crossroads is one. Luxury Breaks, our automotive podcast. The Fine Print is a legal podcast. That's another as well. Wherever you get your podcasts from. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM. Coming up, Middle East cloud disruptions. We're talking IT infrastructure, but alarm bells and business resilience. That's what we're talking about next here at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. Good morning. Recent geopolitical tensions have affected critical digital infrastructure. Reports show cloud operations in Bahrain were disrupted. Major platforms like AWS, Amazon Web Services were impacted recently. So for businesses across the region, it is a wake-up call of sorts. Resilience is no longer only about cybersecurity, it's about survival. Disaster recovery kind of moved from IT support to the C-suite, and Chief Information Security Officers, or CISOs, are increasingly being asked to take ownership of business continuity. That's the topic that we want to get into this morning in this segment. Naji Salami is the CEO of IT Max Global, which is a company that works on digital transformation, innovation, cybersecurity, and more, and is with me. It's good to meet you.
Well, thank you for having me.
It's good to have you here. I wanted to start, actually, before we jump into the main topic, about a little bit about your business, because you're international. You work in the UAE, you work in Lebanon, Pakistan, South Africa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, so bases in Kinshasa and Brazzaville as well. Just tell me how the relationship with Africa, how did that come about?
Well, actually, from the get-go, from our launch in 2010, we decided that we want to be a regional company, and we were working with customers and enterprises across the Middle East and Africa. Now, to support customers across the region, we had, of course, set up several offices, the one that you mentioned, and several others as well. And from these offices, we're catering to all of the various enterprises across the region.
Okay. Naji, we've spent years worrying about hackers in basements, or the classic image of the spotty teenager, slightly disgruntled in the bedroom, hacking away at night. But that's really changed. The threat to data centers now, to critical IT infrastructure, has moved from the virtual really to the physical. I guess. Moving to the cloud meant that data was safe, or at least that's what we thought. But how is the definition of risk, how has that changed in 2026?
Yeah, very good question. So it has changed quite a lot. The risk was always probably known to some of the C Club, but probably not taken seriously. Now this is a wake-up call, as you mentioned it. Mm-hmm. This has pushed the enterprises to revisit their disaster recovery strategy, their business continuity strategy, to relook at every single aspect of it, to make sure that they are really built in a resilient way and they're able to absorb any kind of downtime.
Is that what your clients are talking to you now about? Is that the message that you're receiving at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, many customers wants to make sure that they are protected, that they have proper backup policy, proper DR strategies, proper, business continuity plans, all of that. So this is a main topic on the mind of many of our customers today.
How about the recent cloud infrastructure outages? I mentioned AWS in Bahrain, for example. Twice, I think, there were issues. How is that changing the way organizations think about risk? Because AWS is a huge part of cloud infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so AWS was hosting customers, like enterprises who want a virtual environment or some kind of container environment to host their data. And also it was hosting SaaS providers, global SaaS providers, across the globe, who are also offering enterprise services or services to the enterprise. So all of that, have impacted, customers throughout the region. I have to say there were some premium vendors hosted into that, Amazon data centers. Having said that, now the customers are looking at that and saying, the business continuity strategy is not only about the solution hosted in my data center. How are my cloud services and how are my partner services? The partners are providing software as services. What kind of business continuity plan they have to make sure that, any kind of downtime, they have a backup plan for it to be able to recover from it.
The ability to shift data globally is it's a pretty technical feat. We've seen AWS and others help customers migrate workload to other regions, in real time. There's a unique challenge, I think, for Middle Eastern businesses who need to keep their data on home soil. And looking at the current landscape, do you think it's time to move beyond these kind of concentrated hubs towards maybe a more decentralized sort of regional grid? Is that something that we should be considering?
Well, the answer of that is, is by the regulation. The regulation, not only in the GCC, but also across the globe, they mandate that certain data have to reside in country. So in no situation, the country needs to reside in country, and rightfully so. You have a lot of information that should not really cascade outside the border of the country where the information is residing. Having said that, this doesn't really stop from building a proper business continuity plan, right? So you can always have, a proper business continuity plan in country where you have your primary data, you have your DR data, you have also another backup sitting somewhere, in a third location that will help you to be, as ready as possible to absorb any kind of downtime, whether that's resultant from a cybersecurity attack or from a total outage of a data center.
You're a person that's advocated for a while for digital transformation. It's a major part of your business, and we're now seeing chief information security officers being kind of pulled into board meetings to talk about stuff that maybe they didn't used to talk about, shipping routes or site security or regional power grids, for example. So kind of being tasked with owning disaster recovery, particularly at the moment, not just kind of incident response. Do you have CISOs or chief information security officers kind of become chief resilience officers when you consider where we are now in the current climate, at least?
Yeah, so for the last several years, the CISO's role has evolved and has expanded. Right, it has expanded across because of the digital transformation, as you mentioned. Right,
sure.
A lot of the digital services are ongoing that have kind of moved the CISO role from just a person that's handling the security or just a department that's handling the security, all the way to a business leader within the organization. So the CISO is a person as part of the C club, making business decisions as well, right, and has the power to go across different departments. Right, in order to ensure that the business continuity and the resiliency is built, as a core foundation of the organization, not really built as an add-on to the organization. So yes, business leaders or CISOs are into this role, and of course, whenever you have the whole AI transformation, you have more AI threats ongoing right now. You need somebody that will be looking at the different, at your AI rollout, for instance. And a lot of times, the AI rollout is being handled by the CISO in some organization to make sure that the protection of the data is there. And then, for instance, you look at the DevOps, for instance, within the companies. The CISO plays a good role into making sure that the development is indeed secure from the get-go in the code, as opposed to come in as a plugin on the top later on down the road.
It's an increasingly important role, isn't it? Not just resilience officers, almost bridging officers in some ways as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What's the difference between incident response and real business resilience? Could you define the two?
Yeah, absolutely. So incident response is a response to an incident, like, for instance, a cyber threat or cyber penetration. So while resilience is looking at the infrastructure to make sure that the business is ready to absorb any kind of downtime, regardless of the phase of the downtime. If it's a total data center outage, if it's an internet outage, if it's a SIP trunk outage, or whatever kind of outage we're talking about.
In the past, disaster recovery was an insurance policy you hoped you'd never have to use.
Yeah.
Right? If the headline earlier this week was 700,000 cyber attacks a day. It's a very dramatic headline, but it has drastically increased. because of where we are now in this current kind of economic climate, the conflict climate that we're in. Physical infrastructure obviously has been under threat and is under threat as well. Is disaster recovery now kind of a daily operation requirement rather than, just in case? It's a plan for just in case.
Actually, disaster recovery should be daily requirement even under normal circumstances.
Right.
You have to ensure that you have a proper way of backing up the data, right? If you're not monitoring the backup of the data on a regular basis, you're not going to have, a backup, whether we're talking about you're backing up to another virtual environment or you're backing up to another disk, you're not going to have a reliable backup that you're going to be able to recover. So this is, disaster recovery and resiliency should be part of the core foundation. And if you don't build that in the way you operate, it's not going to be there to support you whenever you need it to support you.
Realistically, how do companies prepare for outages in cloud services or data center services? What do you advise?
Well, I would say the preparedness of the companies varies across different vertical, varies across different countries. We have, for instance, the banking sector across the GCC. I would say it's very ready because the regulator mandates all of the DR requirements, and that's an excellent thing. And of course, it supervises that as well. Every once in a while. So you have some verticals that are ready, while you have other verticals that their readiness is. It depends, right? Depends on the organization. Some have created a DR environment where they can, operate from another geographical center. Some are backing up the data. But I would say overall, many organizations are still, not really prepared for this, mainly due of the governance and the testing that is lacking. So if you have a DR strategy where you're not really testing it, where you're not really governing it, it's not going to give you the result that you need whenever you need that insurance policy.
It's kind of the answer I feared, to be honest with you. It's kind of the answer I expected, because it always seems as though it's a case of, well, it's not happened, so it won't happen, and there's a scramble to catch up when things do happen. What are the biggest gaps that you see in business continuity planning?
The testing, the governance, and the testing is not a one-time thing, right? It's an ongoing thing. Like I mentioned before, first you have to look at the monitoring of the data. You have to monitor that the backup is happening, that the backup to the VM or the backup to the tape or whatever, it's really in place and it's ongoing on a regular basis. You have to do some recovery test every once in a while, where you take a virtual machine and you bring it back up, again, or you take a database and you recover that database. You have to look at different aspects, of this and test it on a going basis, all the way up to, to complete dry run of your infrastructure environment to make sure that you are really ready to use that insurance policy in case you need it.
It's a mindset, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a mindset of how you operate on a day-to-day basis. And it's a mindset that it needs to be across the whole organization, not necessarily only across the IT department, but also across the business leaders throughout the organization.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for you, I guess, it's second nature. It's just part of existing in your space. But how do you encourage that kind of thinking? Because this needs to be second nature. It's just something that happens, and it happens, and almost as though you don't notice it. That's kind of the way it needs to be viewed, isn't it, in an organization?
Yeah, absolutely. So it needs to be built as part of the day-to-day operation. It needs to have a top-down push. You need to have the right investment into it. Of course, you cannot oversize it. It will become very expensive. You don't want to undersize it as well. It will not give you the right push or a right result whenever you need it. So you need to look at it from a pragmatic perspective, to look at every mission-critical application and build what we call the right recovery point objective, right RPO or right RTO. Basically, how much data you're able to lose and you can live with, and how fast you can recover, right? Those are two key criteria to look at it, and you don't want to establish aggressive RPO, RTO for some of these applications because it becomes super expensive, to build it and to operate it on a day-to-day basis.
I love the acronyms. I'm getting to grips with the IT acronyms, the RTOs of the world. You got IT Max Global, your company. You work extensively on innovation, right? Are you seeing a surge in demand for sovereign clouds, infrastructure that's owned and operated within, countries within the UAE or within Saudi Arabia, for example, that can operate independently of the global hyperscalers, if necessary?
Well, this is happening across the region. Many African countries have their own data center today, more than one in some situations. Yeah, depending on which country we're talking about. It's happening in Europe. It's happening all over, right? So have a sovereign cloud is important for the government. Vertical is important for some of the verticals as well, like banking, like healthcare in some situation. So yeah, we're seeing that happening, and it's happening all over the world.
How should organizations rethink their reliance on a single cloud provider or a single region?
So you need to look at your mission critical application that's going to impact your revenue, right? Or for instance, can be mission critical application because those cannot afford to go down. As an example, you might be able to live with some downtime, but not a lot of downtime. And for those, you need to build another geographical application in the geographical center with a expectation back to the business on what is the RPO and the RTO that you can deliver back in front in case of an outage. So yes, we're looking at multi-cloud we've been deploying multi-cloud for many customers across the region for a long time. And this is needed for a mission critical application. You don't want to do that for every single application because it becomes very expensive, right?
Sure.
So you want to build that for a right application that cannot afford to go down.
And that's critical in resilience terms as well, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
Yeah, okay. You were talking about CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, just now. And this just kind of pops into my head. How do you, as a Chief Information Security Officer, effectively communicate? What kind of language do you have to choose? What attitude do you need to have if you're talking to a board of directors who may not have the same, that level of awareness that you do? How do you communicate cyber security and resilience, cyber risks and resilience risks to boards, to CEOs who are consumed by so many other aspects of the business?
Yeah, so this is the tough part, right? Because every organization has a limitation on the budget, right? And where do we put the budget? Do we put it on projects that are revenue producing, or do we put it into a disaster recovery plan or a business continuity plan? So this decision needs to be done very carefully. I think the best way for a CISO to articulate the case is to look at it from a financial perspective. What is a downtime going to be costing the company from a business perspective? What is going to be the impact on the image of the company, on the branding of the company? What's going to be the impact on the customers, right? And how much we're going to be able to retain the customers in case an outage has happened. When you look at it from an ROI perspective, when you look at all these elements and you translate them into an ROI, which sometimes is not really straightforward, sometimes this might be debatable, right? From an ROI perspective, I think this is the most effective way a CISO can make their case to make sure at least they're building the right resiliency for the critical application that they have.
You mentioned AI just now very briefly. We're all talking about AI, of course, a great deal at the moment, but of late, much more about how AI can power attacks. How does predictive intelligence work? Say to move, a client's data before disruption happens, can AI really sense, a digital storm is on the way? I'm asking, I think.
Yeah, of course, you can automate, many different things when it comes to the recovery of the data, when it comes to, how you fall back into. Keep in mind that when things happen, when a disaster happen, one key element is the people that you have, right? How are you going to operate the business? It's not only about the technology. The technology is only one single part of it, right? Where's my technical people going to be, all right? The technical people, the first thing that comes to mind is I need to take care of my family, right? That would be the first priority on anybody's mind, and rightfully so. So we need to, think about all these different scenarios whenever, we're planning a certain scenario, and cater for that. So if automating as much things as possible, and there's a lot of things you can do in automation today, that makes it extremely appealing. Of course, you cannot automate everything. You always have that human intervention that needs to happen. But there's a lot of things that can be automated at this stage.
If you are hit with a real crisis, what priorities should you have as a chief information security officer? What are the first 3 things that you should be focusing on?
Okay, so I would say the first thing is to contain the threat, right? You have to contain the threat and stabilize the situation. So contain the threat means understanding of the threat, and in terms of security, you have to understand how the hacker went into the network, right? And really understand it to be able to stabilize the environment. The second thing is about recovery of the application. And of course, you have when you want to recover the application, you need to have priorities. What is priority 1? What is priority 2? What is priority 3? And focus on it from that angle, because every single person across the entire organization is going to say, I want my application and I want it now. Sure. And everybody is going to be in a chaos at that point in time. And I would say the third step is communication. So as a CISO, you need to communicate back to the leadership of the organization. You need to communicate back to your employees as well, right? And it's easy under those situations for you to be under a lot of pressure, right? So you need to be able to set a plan around the communication. You know how you communicate back every hour or every 2 hours, depending on the situation, back to the leadership. This way, they can communicate to their end user client or to their other stakeholders across the organization.
Communication is key, clearly. What does a good disaster recovery plan look like? How do you test it as well? What does a good test look like?
So I would say test depends from one organization. A good test depends from one organization to the other. But if we want to talk in general, from an industry best standard perspective, probably I would say monitoring on a regular basis. It's easy to do that, to monitor on a regular basis and flag abnormalities as things comes up. So this should be 7/24, right? And there are many different monitoring tools that are ongoing that can do excellent job into monitoring your platform. Whether you're talking on the application layer or you're talking on the data network layer or any kind of layers throughout your organization. The second thing is recovery of some things, right? You want to make sure that your people, your team, is able to recover, certain things. I would say that probably frequency on a monthly basis. You recover a virtual machine, you recover, a certain file, right? Across, and you do it once a month. And then you go on a quarterly basis, and this is when you recover, you do dry run to recover a whole application, right? Your ERP, for instance. If your ERP is very relevant, you do dry run to recover the whole ERP, and you see how well you're doing against your recovery time objective and recovery point objective. And another, key part of the test would be a complete testing, maybe once a year, maybe more. At the minimum, I would say once a year, to do complete testing, stimulate the disaster that has happened, and do complete testing across the organization, including the business owners as part of the test, right? This way, the whole organization get an exposure on what to do in case something like that happen. And of course, you always have to do dry run test when you do major changes within your network. If you replace your data network, for instance, you need to come back and do complete run and not wait, for your really end-to-end testing for that to take place.
One of the things about now is we've seen some disruptions, not as much as far less than perhaps could have been, but there are lessons to be learned, aren't there? So what kinds of lessons can regional businesses take from the disruptions to AWS in Bahrain, for example? What kinds of things should we be learning from that?
I would say there's a lot of lessons learned that happened from this situation anywhere it happens across the globe. In this situation, I would say not just rely on the cloud like this. You have to make sure that you look at the DR that you have. Because a lot of enterprises just say, okay, my data is in this specific data center or in this specific cloud. That means I'm safe. So what we encourage the customer is to look at exactly the DR, for the cloud. The other lesson is there's a difference between highly available and a DR. Highly available, that means, you can be within the same data center. You can have not a single point of failure. Everything is redundant. Your firewalls are redundant. Your switches are redundant. Your server farm is redundant. Anything that happens, automatically the other part of, or the mirror part of that hardware or the mirror part of that application takes over, right? So this is kind of highly available. So the lesson learned is don't depend on highly available for your mission critical application. Make sure that have a physical DR somewhere else. It can be in country or outside, depending on what your preference, depending on the regulation, to be able to operate and withstand any kind of attacks.
Final question for you. I just want to kind of look past the headlines and ask you, really, just for your thoughts. Do you think the crisis that we're seeing in the region will maybe accelerate the journey here in this region towards becoming maybe one of the world's most resilient digital economies? Or do you think investment is perhaps shying away? How are you reading things?
Yeah, I would say, typically the main issue in the DR is not really the lack of technology, it's the lack of governance, the lack of testing, the lack of preparedness. So what incidents like that, whether it happens here or it happens in other areas, will help business to be able to build a more resilient network, because this is a part that they felt, that they know that they should really incorporate and take more seriously as part of their organization.
That's all the time we've got, unfortunately. Just a message for you from YouTube Live, which is one of the platforms that we're on at the moment. That's my boss, Naji. Proud to see you. There you go.
Okay, great.
That's, who is it? Josu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jason.
That's the one. Naji Salami is the CEO of IT Max Global. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks for talking.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. Moving on to energy markets, and they are shifting fast at the moment. Here in the Gulf, the ripple effects are being felt across power grids, water security, and investment pipelines, from supply disruptions to rising demand and the push towards renewables. The stakes for GCC economies have never been higher. Mark Dowdall is here. He's the editor for Power and Water at Mead, the Middle East Economic Digest, and he's a person who closely tracks how the region is responding, where the pressure points are, and what comes next for investors and policy makers. Mark, good to have you here.
Good to be here, Tim.
Thanks for coming on. First off, given where we are right now, impacted by the conflict, what's the situation when it comes to disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz and attacks on, obviously energy infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've been following this for the last month now,
Sure.
I think when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, the first thing to say is it's still largely closed to the global economy. Now, Iran did come out at the weekend and say it's open to a limited number of vessels to non-hostile countries such as Thailand and China, but for the most part, it's still closed. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. In terms of energy infrastructure, we've seen more developments over the weekend, where it's really now it's starting to move into infrastructure such as aluminium, steel, things that are really critical to obviously the construction sector over here. The latest developments over the weekend, we've seen aluminium plants have been attacked in both Abu Dhabi and Bahrain. I guess just to touch on the aluminium facility in Bahrain, Alba, Bahrain, it's the largest single-site smelter in the world. Even before this weekend, this producer had already closed 3 of its reduction lines, which is 19% of its total output. I think the important thing to be aware of with this is how much of a driver a facility like this is of Bahrain's GDP. And this is something that will affect it quite critically moving forward. On kind of the broader side of things over the last couple of weeks, I would say economically speaking, we're looking at the Ras Laffan Industrial City. That attack is probably the one that's going to have the most impact. So if you look at that attack, 2 LNG lines were damaged. This is the largest LNG hub in the world. The consequences for this are quite significant. So this will affect 17% of its export capacity. It's estimated that there's going to be $20 billion of revenue loss. And in fact, JP Morgan has just come out and said that forecasts Qatar's GDP to fall by 9% this year. So I think we're really seeing this conflict and the consequences seep into some really key sectors at the moment.
I mean, I was going to ask you that. I was going to say, I was going to ask you for context, actually, on the significance of the threat to GCC energy exports, but also domestic supply stability at the moment. And, that's the picture you're painting, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of domestic supply stability, I still think at the moment it's really an issue of cost escalation when it comes to supply chain costs, insurance, shipping costs, this kind of thing. Obviously, some places in the region are a little bit more insulated than others. So I guess if you're looking at Saudi Arabia, for example, there are other avenues. They import a lot of their construction materials into Jeddah Port, for example. So they have ways to get around this. But I think at the moment we're really looking at it's the cost side of things. And I suppose if we're going to go into how severe this could be, well, really that depends how long this is going to continue for. And that's at the moment none of us really can say that. So that's kind of what's unclear.
Yeah, I mean, that is the how long is a piece of string question at this point, isn't it? And I don't mean to be glib, but it's very difficult to come up with any kind of formulated response. You've been in the region for what, 10 years?
Yeah.
We were just talking before we went to air there. And at Mead, you track structural changes to the GCC's project pipeline, a multi-trillion-dollar project pipeline. How exposed are GCC countries to the kinds of political disruptions we're experiencing at the moment compared compared historically?
Yeah. I mean, look, the first thing to say is I'm a lot more confident where the region is now and being able to deal with these kind of things compared to where we were a few years ago. So if you look at, for example, the local manufacturing base has been really built up over the last number of years.
Yeah.
So now when it's the major cities in the region, these are quite active project markets. And I think a lot of this supply chain is now actually being developed in region and in these major cities. So that kind of mitigates a little bit of the risk. Now, I can't sit here and say there's not going to be supply chain consequences. Obviously, there will. I guess, if I was to go back to a previous crisis, if I was to go back to 2008, 09, for example, when we had the real estate banking crisis, construction there stopped. And it wasn't just in the early stages. It was actually live on-site construction. It stopped. In 2014, 2015, we had the oil price dip. Here we saw certainly a slowdown in spending. We saw this again during COVID. We certainly saw a slowdown in spending. I think right now what we're seeing, and obviously it's still relatively early days, but construction, on-site construction is continuing. And for me, I guess as someone who follows projects very closely, and this is something that we obviously do at Mead, that's probably one of the greatest benchmarks of being able to tell how big a crisis is. So right now, we're certainly not seeing the same kind of slowdown in the projects market as what we were seeing previously. In terms of upcoming projects, contracts over the last month, a number of contracts have still been awarded. Tenders are still being put out. Companies are still bidding for these contracts. So I would say the projects market, it's quite resilient. And again, to go back to that piece of string scenario, it's obviously the longer this continues, then we will see a greater effect. But for now, I think things are continuing, which is good.
Okay. You've recently written that for the GCC, water has officially overtaken oil as the region's most strategic commodity. Given the situation, Mark, how have the risk profiles for these, the coastal hubs, if you like, changed for policymakers?
Yeah. Look, I think obviously it's desalination, for example, water infrastructure here is critical to the region. And I think it's worth pointing out to begin with that it's a civilian infrastructure, that it really is critical to everyday life. It's critical to industries, to hospitals, and everyday life. So it's over the years, I think, as more desalination plants have been added, we've seen certainly a geographical diversification. If you take UAE, for example, we have desalination plants in Fujairah and spread quite wide apart.
Yeah.
So this does give a little bit of security in this sense.
Are we seeing any power generation costs or water desalination operations? I think I'm just really asking you for news.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, do you know what I mean?
I think really when it comes to the power generation facilities, it's really more The effect is more on the operational side of things.
Right.
In terms of costs, I guess being in this region, fuel and availability of fuel isn't so much an issue compared to maybe Europe or the regions where obviously electricity costs are going through the roof right now. So it's more the operational side of things and trying to keep plants running, trying to potentially operate on reduced staff, coordinating with the government to ensure that there's different scenarios in place, because ultimately these facilities, they need to keep running. So that's the most important thing. I think actually it's worth just to say that in terms of the export side of things, in terms of energy exports, the likes of UAE and Saudi Arabia are also a little bit more insulated than some of the other GCC countries. So I guess if we're to take crude oil, for example, in Saudi Arabia, you've got the East-West pipeline.
Yeah.
So this can transport 7 million barrels per day of oil out to Yanbu and off out to the Mediterranean coast. So in this case, it can avoid the Strait of Hormuz entirely. Similarly, UAE has been developing its export pipeline to Fujairah over the last 10 years. This can export 1.8 million barrels of oil per day. So it's now obviously this isn't going to make up for all its oil production, but it will help. And I guess in contrast to that, you've got Kuwait, Qatar, who don't really have an alternative export option. And I guess there's no real short-term solution to that because these kind of things take quite a long time to build. So it's quite a long-term kind of thing.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit about protection. Your view at Mead, if you like, as to how governments and operators are responding in real time as well to protect energy and water infrastructure. What you're seeing.
Yeah, look, I think it's. I don't see it as a dramatic response. I think really it's just about close, clear communication with the operators of their plants, and that's something that historically this government has been very good at in the project sector over the last number of years. There's a lot of transparency and coordination with stakeholders. So really, I think that's kind of the main thing. It's just having those communication lines to keep these plants up and running.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, it's the modern age, isn't it? That we have these communication lines, but so much of the online information or so-called information is so uninformed. Very often, it's really so speculative, particularly around. I was thinking yesterday, ahead of talking to you, the limitations of water storage, for example. So much speculation around that. Some people say you should get down to the supermarket and buy your boxes of, and I just think no, you really shouldn't. It's okay, but from your knowledge, what's the actual reality when it comes to water storage here? Let's take the Emirates, for example.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's a case of our taps are going to stop working in the morning.
No, it's not at all. But it's a friend of mine was in a supermarket the other day and met somebody she hadn't seen for a long time, and this person was adamant that she should buy the stock of water in the supermarket, and I thought, get a grip.
Yeah, well, look, there's no denying that desalination. I mean, to take UAE for example, desalination facilities account for over 90% of the total potable water.
Yeah.
And that's that's something we see throughout the region, that kind of trend. Yeah. Obviously, there are reserves, there are supplies, and that gives a limited number of time. We're looking at a couple of weeks probably. But again, I do think the fact that this geographic diversification, one desalination maybe hit isn't necessarily going to cause people running down to the shops to get their stocked up water and to start panicking too much. I think there is a reserves there to give time to kind of deal with these scenarios.
Yeah. From your tracking at Mead, Mark, are we seeing more of a push maybe to fast track strategic storage prospects? You know, things like the Liwa aquifer in Abu Dhabi, or there are new dams in Hatta as well.
I mean, I think one of the things we were seeing already, which the Iran war doesn't necessarily change, is a diversification towards different types of, I guess, on the power side of things, different types of renewable power. And I think this was a strategy that we were seeing already. So I don't think the Iran war really changes that so much. I do think in terms of upcoming projects, I mean, there's still quite an ambitious pipeline.
Yeah.
I think certainly we can expect maybe investment decisions to be put back a little bit. This
exercising some more caution, I suppose,
absolutely,
is natural, isn't it?
absolutely, yeah. So I mean, there will be some more caution when it comes to investment in the region. I think, first of all, I guess it's important to look at the profile of investor. So if you're looking at the power and water infrastructure, for example, so these are typically very long-term assets. The kind of person that will invest in something long-term like this tends to be quite risk-averse. So you're looking at kind of pension funds, things like this. I definitely think they are going to probably be asking questions now about the long-term geopolitical risk. And I guess if there's one thing that actually really kills investor confidence, it's uncertainty. And uncertainty, there's uncertainty not just in when the war is going to end, but also how it will end. Another thing to mention would be if you look at the structure of the market over the last couple of years, so a third of projects that were, or a third of new contracts that were awarded in Saudi Arabia last year were PPP, private-public partnership projects. So these kind of projects typically require a security in terms of the offtake. So that would be, so for example, if a power generation facility is producing power, or equally if a desalination facility is producing water, the government will provide a guarantee to buy this generated power for maybe 20, 25 years. I think if the government can still provide these kind of guarantees, that these projects will be okay, but certainly there's a lot of questions that investors will be asking. And I think even for the more local, regional investors, I guess right now, and this may change, they will probably be thinking of maybe investing outside the region to help manage that risk of their portfolios.
The diversification strategy.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly.
Let me ask you a little bit about renewables. Kind of move sideways slightly. How do you see the risks influencing the pace, the scale of renewable energy adoption in the GCC? Yeah,
I mean, I think actually even before this whole conflict started, we were already starting to see a little bit of a change when it comes to Saudi Arabia. So they've quite an ambitious pipeline of renewable projects. They want to reach 130 gigawatts by 2030. So this is obviously part of their national strategy. To put that into context, in 2025, 23 gigawatts was all they had in installed capacity.
Okay.
So that's quite a jump. But I think we are already starting to see a little bit of a slowdown in terms of some of the major giga projects in Saudi Arabia being scaled back a little bit, moving towards some of the more kind of risk-averse, maybe some of the less glamorous projects, but some of the more risk-averse critical projects, power and infrastructure being one of them. I don't really think this conflict actually changes that too much.
Let me ask you about the intersection between energy and sustainability, and how regional governments are balancing immediate energy security concerns with their kind of long-term sustainability goals. For example, here in the UAE, we've just had an announcement of an investment. It's not a huge investment, but it's significant, I think, in terms of the timing. 120 million dirhams in a major energy and water reduction scheme in federal buildings.
Yeah.
Just as an example, first of all.
Yeah. I mean, I think this, just to touch on this energy and water reduction scheme, I think, obviously we're very much focused on the project side of things, but you often forget that there's two sides to the equation. So there's new generation, but there's also being very efficient with the way you run current facilities.
Exactly. It's the example that's important here, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I guess, if this is something that they can do well and save on having to produce extra electricity generation, in theory, this could lead to less power generation plants. But I think that the scale of what the likes of Saudi Arabia and UAE are trying to achieve, a federal energy and water reduction scheme is small on the larger scheme of 130 gigawatts by 2030, for example. So I think they will continue to press ahead with these projects. I mean, on the short-term side of things, the immediate concern, obviously, is the operational side of things. So that's the existing infrastructure that's in place, and just ensuring that these continue to operate in a safe and controlled way. I think that in terms of long-term sustainability plans, again, the conflict won't necessarily change this. As I said, some investment decisions may be put back a little bit. Some tenders that maybe were due to be released in the coming weeks might be pushed back a little further into the year. But I think in terms of the longer side of things, it doesn't change a whole lot. And again, it really depends how long this goes on for. So it's, if we're sitting having this conversation, and I really hope we're not, in a year's time, things could look quite drastically different.
Well, look, you're very welcome to come back in a year's time, hopefully a lot sooner than that. But you make a very good point. But we're back to that piece of string analogy again, unfortunately. I wanted to ask you something. Me Projects shows the pipeline something like $1 trillion in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. I'm hoping that figure's in the ballpark.
Yeah.
You're nodding. That's good news. Are we going to start seeing international investors in the power and water sector looking for conflict clauses, do you think? Or does the region's long-term growth story still kind of outweigh security concerns, or that kind of security shadow, if you will?
I mean, I think as I said already, what we were seeing was a little bit of a pivot from some of the more glamorous infrastructure towards some of the more kind of stable, secure projects. I do think that's one of the things that the power and water infrastructure market has going for it. It does have quite a good track record of getting PPP projects delivered. So I do think in terms of in terms of international investors, that will provide a little bit of confidence to them more so than maybe some of the other markets that are a bit newer to the PPP model side of things. So you're right, they may look for clauses, but I think there's a little bit of confidence that, you know, power and water infrastructure, and again, it's worth pointing out that it's critical. This is a critical civilian infrastructure that we need to live on a daily basis. So, I mean, it's in quite a different bracket to, you know, your gigascale NEOM projects and new stadium projects, this kind of thing. There's a real critical need for this kind of stuff. So
yeah, so there's a level of confidence that's been built and banked, I guess, as well. When you consider the leads and the stories and the ideas that are formulated and that you're following at the moment, is there something that maybe investors, I hate asking for hidden trends, but you know what I mean when I say that people investors should or could be watching as the region, you know, navigates its way forward?
I mean, look, it's difficult to say in terms of the you know, the tenders coming up. I will say, if we're to look ahead to the project pipeline, and at Mead, we have a full visibility into the projects that are coming up in the next 5 or so years. If we look into this, we can see in Saudi Arabia, for example, so they're the water procuring authority, Sharakat, just released a 7-year statement saying that they're looking to nearly double desalination capacity by 2031. So there's, I guess, if you're a contractor in this market right now, there are some quite big water infrastructure desalination plants due to be built in the next 5 years.
It's wild that 2031 is just 5 years away, by the way.
Yeah.
It seems like we should be in flying cars.
It doesn't feel right when I say it like that, does it?
It doesn't at all. It's literally round the corner. I think that's age. Anyway, despite the tensions, let me ask you this. Where do you see GCC opportunities emerging, particularly in the energy sector and the water sector, you know, your area of expertise?
Yeah. As I said, obviously desalination will be a big one. I think if we look more at the power energy side of things, certainly we're going to see a continued shift towards solar power generation. We've already seen that in the last 2 to 3 years. Obviously, Saudi Arabia has its national energy program, and we're going to see a continued shift towards that. If we look at contract awards, for example, in 2025, wind power had a bit of a breakthrough year, surging 125% in contract awards. So wind power now in the region is coming on quite strong. We see this in Oman too. So Oman just recently released its own vision for the next number of years, and we're going to see a real increase in wind independent power producer projects coming online over the next few years.
Final question for you, and it's nothing to do with anything we talked about. I'm just looking back at the week that was last week. What was the record? 244 millimeters of rain at Yanas Mountain in Ras Al Khaimah. Weather doesn't wait for infrastructure. It is connected to what you do, but Dubai's greenlit the Tasreef project, which is a 30 billion dirham project, not due for completion until 2033. You've been writing that recent tenders suggest perhaps a more coordinated, joined-up approach to water planning.
Yeah.
In the interim, is this a signal to the market that the UAE is moving towards a more kind of master plan, more resilient future when it comes to things like the rains that we've just seen? Or should I keep the sandbags ready by the door?
Yeah. No, look, I mean, I think the government, and I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I think they certainly recognise that there's been a change in climate over the last few years, and we're having a lot more of these intense rainfall events. And you're right, there is a more of a coordinated approach.
It seems that way.
And trying to develop a real strategy from the beginning. I think the goal and the challenge when it comes to something like this is how quickly these kind of projects can progress through procurement. Because obviously, I mean, as you just said, and as I've reported on, rainfall doesn't wait for these kind of projects to come online. So it's I think the important thing is to try and get these projects online as quick as possible. But certainly there has been a change, and I think even if you look at the rainfall of 2024, April 2024, I think we've actually bounced back an awful lot quicker this time around. And now, maybe the rainfall wasn't quite at the same levels as then, but I do think we've seen even small signs of progress since the rainfall of 2024. So there is progress, and the place will become more secure. I would say don't get your sandbags just yet, but it just needs to happen kind of sooner rather than later.
And you know, I think that's a really good point. I think there was a real improvement. In 2024, that was a seriously freak event, wasn't it? It really was. And the flooding that we saw was extremely unfortunate, but it was a real freak event. But this time it was a sustained level of rainfall over a number of days last week. And I think it was dealt with in a very different way. It didn't seem to have quite anything like the same impact. I think that's a fair point. I'm not kidding about the sandbags, by the way. That's the best 36 dirhams I've ever spent this time around. It really is. I really appreciate it. I don't know how you keep the information and the figures in your head the way you do. I have to commend you on that, because I have lots of notes in front of me. You haven't even looked at your notes, Mark, in this whole conversation. So kudos. I hope you come back soon. Mark Dowdall is the editor for Power and Water at Mead. That's the Middle East Economic Digest. And appreciate you joining us this morning.
Thanks, Tim. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM, and here's a question for you. What happens when the music stops? There you are. I'll just leave that there. So how, if you are a music arena, a venue, a concert venue, whatever you want to call the Coca-Cola arena, how do you fill seats without shows is the question. So that's the challenge right now. Concerts obviously postponed, slowing down. So what the venue is having to do is pivot in a big way, turning to shopping festivals and corporate events to keep the doors open and the energy alive. So it's a resilient story, it's a story of reinvention, and it's also perhaps a smart business strategy in very uncertain times. Hopefully we get a look behind the scenes, because the boss man, the general manager of Coca-Cola Arena, is here, Mark Ian-Carr, and he's leading, I suppose, Mark, you're leading a transformation at the moment. Are you? Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm here with the dreaded word pivot.
You are, I know. I love that phrase. I use it, and I kind of this look of confusion comes over.
PTSD coming back.
Disappointment. Did I just say pivot? Comes over me. Look, thanks for coming in. I know now is a pretty busy time. It's a hard time for you. There must be much more going on than having to come in and talk to us. But your primary product, you know, the global superstars that come to town aren't coming for obvious reasons at the moment, temporarily unavailable. So you're transforming, can I phrase it this way, into a high utility community and retail hub for the interim.
That's great. We actually may steal that. Thank you.
That you can have that one for free. You've got what? The Concept Big Brands clearance sale on this week. So you've gone kind of from concerts to shopping, and it feels like record time.
It's. I'd like to say that this is an original idea. If we cast our minds back to October 2022, when Justin Bieber unfortunately got very ill and had to cancel the rest of his world tour, we jumped in and became a very similar clearance sale shopping event. So it's not original. It's just literally dusting off the old manuals, going back in time and saying, how do we stay active? How do we keep the lights on?
Well, it's interesting because we had a conversation for 10 minutes before we came on air, and you made a point. I think this is a really interesting point. So you've got your first plan is, you know, everything, and then you've got your plan B, but you need to have a plan C. You basically got an alphabet of plans.
Very much so. And that's not only from a public safety perspective, but obviously how do we activate, how do we keep the building engaged? It's just not as simple as turning it off and saying, sorry to everyone, we'll pick this up in a few months' time when things return back to normal.
Yeah. You must have huge daily operating costs because you've got your cooling, your staffing, your maintenance, your operational procedures, and none of that stops just because the music stops or the shows have stopped. So when the headlines, you know, the conflict headlines and the issues in the Straits of Hormuz started affecting the logistics of the tours that would otherwise come here, how did you feel and how quickly did it occur to you, right, we've really got to, I'll use the word again, pivot here?
Well, I was at the time that it all happened was in London after a week of a music conference.
Okay.
And sitting on the panel, and it was actually a Middle Eastern panel with other colleagues and representatives from Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, and Saudi. And effectively, we were telling the European industry that the Middle East is absolutely booming. We've never been busier, and a very exciting future ahead. And it's extremely safe. And lo and behold, less than 48 hours later, we find ourselves in a situation.
Yeah.
But to answer your question directly, within about 24 hours, 48 hours, we knew that we needed to pivot very, very quickly. And our number one priority was obviously the shows that were on sale or within the vicinity of the next couple of weeks. So those that were on a world tour, we obviously worked with relevant stakeholders and promoters and agents to see if we could reschedule those. Some of them we did. Unfortunately, majority we had to cancel. Those that were a fly-in artist, so that means they weren't part of a tour, that were specifically coming into the region or Dubai for this one-off show, we have managed to reschedule those to later in 2026.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we sort of cleared that backlog, we identified, you know, what dates we have available. Dubai Basketball, our anchor home sports team, they moved to Bosnia to be able still to compete in both the EuroLeague and the Adriatic League. So all of a sudden, in the month of April, where we had 22 events scheduled and effectively on sale,
Right.
we were looking at 0 in a space of 48 hours. So again, addressing what we needed to do and then looking at that calendar, it's how do we keep those lights on? And thankfully, we've, you know, got an extremely important network and very valuable and always attempted to remain humble because uncertain times and everything else through. And when we reached out to the team at Brand Concepts, they said, let's do it. And here we are. A few days later, with all the relevant permits, we've got a shopping sale. And yesterday was just thousands and thousands of people coming through the doors. Doors closed at 10 p.m. and we still had people trying to come in. So I think by the end of today, we'll make the call and probably continue for another week.
That's kind of heartwarming. It was on till what, the 5th, am I right?
So it's currently on
Originally.
till Sunday.
Right.
I'm a little bit premature. Obviously, we still haven't got the permits to announce the following week. But hopefully, based on the success of this week and all the obviously procedures and protocols that we do have in place, we can have that additional permit and continue for next week.
Do you know, there's in a perverse kind of a way, there must be a curiosity about an event like this at a venue like Coca-Cola Arena. There's a weird kind of, I fancy having a look at this, and you're going to get community support from that, I suppose.
No, we do, and obviously and that varies from sort of residents that have never been to Coca-Cola Arena because perhaps there was no show of interest or the timings didn't work out and they said, well, this is a great opportunity to see inside the building.
Yeah.
And others, like you just mentioned, that were perhaps there 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago, say, you know what, I would love to see how they've set this up because, they've gone from basketball to ice hockey to Disney on Ice to a concert. And it's like, I just don't see how the shopping thing could work. And lo and behold, they're coming through.
Well, it does. What's the capacity? Is it 17,000 people can fit? Something like that?
Yeah, so it's 17,000
Right.
capacity, and that's with a 5,000 standing floor,
Right.
so 12,000 seated. In a show that is fully seated, so that seats on the floor, we can do about 14,500.
That's huge. I'm trying to put that into terms of venues I've been at. That's bigger than Wembley Arena.
Wembley Arena is 12,000, so
Right.
it's part of our network. It's probably a touch smaller than the O2.
Okay, gotcha. Before, how much of your business already came from kind of non-concert events, Mark? And did this the kind of existing diversification, if you like, has that? I mean, it's saved you from a standstill, hasn't it? I suppose
It has. So effectively, we've got 3 pillars of genres of business. Live events, which is traditionally known as concerts, and that could be everything from theatrical, comedy, and everything from Western content right through to Arabic. And that probably made up about 55 to 60% of our business. It's probably what is most known for Coca-Cola Arena. They refer to it as a concert venue.
Sure.
For us, we're, by the definition, we're a multi-purpose venue. Corporate business makes up about 30% of our business.
Gotcha.
And that traditionally is real estate launches, fashion shows, car launches, and everything in between. Shopping events is obviously now part of that mix. Now, the reason why perhaps people don't necessarily hear about this is because corporate events are behind closed doors by invitation only. You may come across a few product launches, real estate, but if there is an artist, like for example, Azizi last year had Jennifer Lopez, BT Properties had Maroon 5. So that probably made some sort of headline news. But the reality is 30% of our business is corporates, a little bit of sport, in particular that's growing now with Dubai Basketball, and the balance is live.
Okay. So you're built for flexibility. There are some physical limitations, I suppose, that you've had to overcome to get to host everything from the shopping staff to the sports staff to the corporate staff. What's on the list that you would like to do? Do you have like a bucket list of?
We have a bucket list. The
You
one
do?
thing we haven't done yet is a wedding. Now, can you imagine a big Bollywood wedding in?
I think that would be...
We're putting it out there. It's in the 7 years of operation.
Yeah.
Stop, start. But we haven't done a wedding yet. We've done a lot, but no wedding to date.
Like a super, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could fit if you had a wedding. You're talking what, 10,000? You could really do quite easily.
We could do a lot, certainly. The reality is I've been very fortunate to attend a few Indian weddings, and the production is pretty big.
They're pretty big deals, aren't they?
Exactly. So you may have 10,000 staff working the event, and an event for maybe a couple of thousand.
All right then. So that's for the future. That's the bucket list. Get in touch with
We
Mark.
have space in
Call
about
us.
2 weeks' time, by the way.
Well, there you go. Book it today. Book it now.
Shotgun wedding, Las Vegas, move over, Coca-Cola Arena, we're in.
I'm not sure we're allowed to do that, but we're doing it. Look, so it's multi-purpose, isn't it? You really are a multi-purpose venue. You've got flexibility beyond concerts. What alternative programming can we maybe expect in the coming months? Is there anything you can tell me that you wouldn't have to shoot me?
So we foresee the return of Arabic content much quicker than obviously other genres. The reason for that is a lot of the Arab stars call Dubai second home. So they have residencies here. Obviously, as airspace opens up, they traditionally are not on the big grand world tours. They stick to sort of private bookings and one-off scenarios. So, we're engaging with a variety of Arabic promoters and management as well as Dubai tourism to see what we can do. Our ambition is to return with some live things as early as Eid. That's the back end of May. Of course, subject to sort of approvals and everything else along those lines. We certainly see a return of activities across the summer months, which traditionally have been quieter. But reality is those capacities would be significantly smaller. So if you recall, during COVID or coming out of COVID, we had 1,000,001 different rules and regulations with social distancing and different capacity measures. We don't have that today, but our ambition is to try to build up that appetite. People have drawn down on their annual leaves. Perhaps they won't be traveling for those extended durations over those summer months. And how can we fill that calendar? At this stage, we still have Death Leopard performing on the 3rd of August. That is still happening. We're still selling tickets. Yes, it is slower, but we're moving everything. And if we have a big major show like that in August, how do we build an ecosystem of smaller shows in and around it?
Okay, so I guess you can only work with where you are now, what you have at the moment, don't you? I wanted to ask you a little bit about COVID, because this is not the first time that we've kind of paused, I suppose. How much of your current agility, the cost control strategy, for example, is being pulled from a COVID-19 playbook? You had to develop that in record time, obviously.
Yeah, we did. So the precedent has been set to pause contracts, subscriptions, furlough of staff. And again, our team, we're currently sitting about 138 personnel. We've probably got about 25 of those team members that are still with us since COVID. So they understand how, what, where, what measures we had to take into place. I think the biggest uncertainty with COVID was how long it would go for, and it was a global element of it, where here is very sort of regionalized.
Yeah.
So Dubai, everyone banks and everyone knows that Dubai will bounce back very, very quickly. We've got incredible leadership here, and that is supportive with across all industries, in particular hospitality. Look at the hotels, entertainment, and attractions.
Yeah.
So for us, it is more of a short-term measure, and we're effectively counting that short-term measure as 120 days. We obviously have to be responsible. We have to maintain consistency. But it's not a full COVID plan yet. I would say we're probably about a 30 to 40% blueprint of COVID.
Okay. How are you finding it so far? Because I always think there's an element of this that, we're all in this together. I feel like, we kind of understand that, this has been forced upon us. So do you find with staff, for example, that it's an easier approach because there's an understanding that, we're trying to do the best we can? Do you know what I'm getting at? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, of course. I think, it would be silly to think that there's one size that fits all. Different staff have different family situations, different nationalities, different pressures associated with that. So, we try to be, or sort of my leadership and I, very much focus on trying to be as transparent and understanding as possible. Explain the thought process, explain what are the potential next steps, so it doesn't come as a surprise. There's nothing worse than remaining positive, which is very, very important, and we are obviously, but then bring someone in 2 weeks later and saying, listen, unfortunately, things haven't worked out. I know we said we were going to have some shows, but it hasn't worked out. I've got to let you go. That's just not the principle of how we operate.
Right.
So for us, it's very much the transparent and respect manner that we can. And unfortunately, we have to make difficult decisions to protect the business. And regardless of your sort of your grade, whether you're an executive level or you're part of, sort of the lower entry coordination team, you play a significant role into that business, and everyone needs to be treated equally. And for us, we're taking a one size across the board approach of whether that means a reduction in payroll or a certain period of furloughs.
How does this compare to to COVID specifically? Because you launched, it was 2019, was it June?
June 2019.
It was June 2019. 9 months later, COVID hits. It's been quite a tough time, hasn't it? But how does it compare to then?
Listen, there's similarities, of course. The biggest difference for us is twofold. A, we were, less than 12 months of operation, and I think we only had delivered less than 20 events under our belt.
Yeah.
And if you fast track to what I mentioned earlier, April had 22 events. So in 9 months, we delivered 20, and in the month ahead that we had planned, it was meant to be 22. So based on that, you significantly have, triple the size of the workforce. So it's the similarities are there, but I think the reality hits harder with this one.
Got some questions in on social media for you. Here is Tiffy. How do we register a booth in Coca-Cola Arena? Can we sell food?
Great question. So to be honest, when we thought of the retail concept, we obviously partnered up with the big concept brand guys. We didn't anticipate such a sort of a media reaction and stories like this. In full transparency. So at least for the first week and potentially that second week, it's contracted with with another entity. We are continuing to observe and understand our calendar shows that are coming through. And certainly probably in the next week or two, we'll be in a position to explain to other sort of SME operators how they could potentially be involved.
Okay. There's a dependence, isn't there, as in terms of you as a concert venue, you kind of depend on international tours, and there's a certain sort of vulnerability with that, which is, that's become apparent. Are you thinking more, and you mentioned this when it comes to Arabic artists and talent management, are you looking to scale to local talent or regional talent a little bit more? Because it's not about, or it perhaps should be less about the acts flying in from London or grabbing people on a world tour or people from New York or LA or wherever.
You're absolutely right. So, and again, looking back at COVID, some of the lessons that we learned, and part of those were we first relied on local talent to get people through doors to build up confidence. Right. As soon as the borders were open and international talent came through, it's as if we kind of forgot about the local talent. And they became, a support acts rather than the main act.
Yeah.
So knowing that and understanding that, we have a responsibility together with stakeholders and promoters to ensure that undoubtedly right now we need local talent to go on stage and help build that momentum. But when that momentum really sort of takes another few levels of steps up a few levels is don't do the same mistake we did last time where sort of the local talent just became local. Because some of these local talents are now performing internationally. If you look at sort of a great friend of mine, Marwan DJ Bliss, internationally, he's a headliner. And locally here, he's doing amazing things, but we should be doing more for him, as an example. And there's many, many other talents.
Well, there's a balance, isn't there, that you have to strike. You need the marquee signings, if you like, but there's also it's kind of incumbent on you in some ways to support the local talent. Correct.
And obviously we can only do so much as a venue.
Sure.
We need all stakeholders, we need ticket buyers to understand and support. And, there's a good opportunity for a reset. We look at our business, and I'm only referring to our business. It was forward planning, reactive situations came through. It was amazing that we had 22 events scheduled in the month of April, but what were we missing out on? Where was the opportunities and the trends and the growth that would have come out of that?
Yeah.
But we would have been focusing on the next month and the next quarter and.
Yeah.
And so it's one of the tasks that we've sort of, whilst everyone has a little bit of time from the staffing levels, and say, okay, what do we need to do? What do we need to grow to be able to support that and play our part in it?
Sometimes it's hard to see the wood for the trees, isn't it? Yeah. We worked Shakespeare in this morning. That's a tick on the broadcast bingo card. Let's look at the 2026 calendar, looking ahead as much as you can. This is the crystal ball gazing question, if you like. Is this the new kind of normal at the moment for the arena where the big gig, the concert is the bonus and the corporate retail events are, the actual backbone of the business? I guess that's how it is.
It is. So we're sitting, as of today, we're sitting here and undoubtedly we're saying that any activity in the building up until the back end of August is our priority. Whether it's 5 people in or a couple of thousand people through a shopping mall. We'll be able to, with the relevant stakeholders, whatever is legally permitted, we'll be able to go out and do that. We are hopeful that Dubai Basketball return for the playoff series in the Adriatic League, starting first week of May. Once we have clarity on that, that will obviously take out a couple of days and we can plan accordingly. Q3 or back end of Q3 and the start of Q4, it's probably unlikely that we'll have too many new show announcements. It's more about those shows that were rescheduled in March, April, May, and June that are in dates for Q3, Q4. So we probably see the bigger acts coming as new shows, probably maybe December onwards. So realistically, we have to take in consideration, obviously, Ramadan next year, which will be very early February. And so again, that builds momentum, but then slows down the calendar accordingly.
It's logistical gymnastics for you, isn't it? Literally jumping through hoops.
There is one of our technical directors from head office, a gentleman by the name of Gary Thomas, probably 25 years in the business. He puts it best. We're not in the entertainment business, we're in the logistics business.
You really are. No, absolutely right. And things, of course, can change so quickly. Let's hope they become much more positive, much more quickly. Do you know, you mentioned this just now. One of the things that history's shown us is that Dubai bounces back, and it bounces back pretty quick. So when things settle, I've been thinking about this, are we almost going to get like a revenge strategy of events coming back to fill the need, if you like?
We hope so. What we have to be mindful and realistic is just not Dubai. Obviously, we've got the UAE as a whole. We've had Saudi Arabia. We have Bahrain. Bahrain was doing some incredible acts across the amphitheater and the new indoor arena at the exhibition center. So you will get a bounce back, but I think the competition is going to be very fierce amongst the different cities and tourism boards. So that's what we need to take in consideration. The great news is Dubai, of all the cities, we personally feel that it has the biggest cultural mix. So we will always be busier because, in a week we could put on a Filipino show, we could put on a South Indian show, we could put on a Khaliji act, we could put on an Iraqi act, and Dubai Basketball, and have 50,000 people come through that building in a week. But to the Western demographic, I don't know what's happening that week at Coca-Cola Arena because there's no Western shows, as an example. So it's really very much going back to sort of understanding your clientele, understanding your client, their spending habits, knowing your customers, and what are your future customers.
Do you know what? Let's hope it just bounces back quickly. Just let's hope that things return to at least some sense of equilibrium sooner rather than later. For now, permit permitting. Is it CBBC? Is that the event that's on? Hopefully that's going to extend. And let's see what happens in the coming weeks. Mark Yankar is the General Manager of Coca-Cola Arena. All the best. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. New figures reveal the UAE is battling up to 700,000 cyber attacks every day. Lots of them powered by artificial intelligence and targeting some critical sectors, obviously. These are from phishing scams to deep fakes. There are automated hacking tools, and the threat is evolving faster than ever, as is the way of technology. Businesses are among the primary targets, of course. We're joined by cybersecurity expert Stephen Marriott. He's the Managed Security Services Director for the Middle East at Umbrella, based here in Dubai. Hopefully, we can break down how AI is maybe changing the threat landscape and talk about what companies can do to stay protected right now. Stephen, it's good to have you back.
Good morning, Tim. Thanks for having me back again.
You're very welcome. Do you know, the thing with this is it's a super dramatic headline, 700,000 attacks. It gathers attention, of course. What does it look like in the real world, in real terms for business, though? Is it a complete rewrite of the corporate kind of security playbook? What's the real?
Yeah, so daily we're probably looking at hundreds of thousands anyway. So we're probably doubling or even tripling to what we'd normally expect to see.
Right.
But obviously the geopolitical situation is affecting that. And then the impact of businesses, there may be some operational impact, especially on the ones that are being targeted. But if you look at what's happening, they are trying to disrupt services. They are trying to maybe compromise some systems which can be used for other activities. Also maybe trying to pull out data for specific people that they are trying to, they're even like targeting certain nationalities. So
right.
we are seeing that from some of these targeted attacks. It's not just the usual scanning and then trying to do the attacks post that. They are a bit more targeted and even state-sponsored. We're seeing lots of activity from the Iranian sponsored groups, some from the Palestinian sponsored groups, and a few from the Russian ones as well.
Really? I mean, is it a sudden spike because of regional tensions, or is it, a new normal? Because we are we're a logistics hub, aren't we?
Yeah. So if you look across the GCC, UAE is a prime target because the financial return. Saudi Arabia is another target as well, but because of the geopolitical situation, the whole of the GCC has been targeted. So UAE is a big one. Also, you notice Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, not so much in Oman, but because of the geopolitical situation, the state-sponsored threat actors are focusing. So it's not just doing it for the financial return. They are trying to disrupt services, get onto the news, put that fear factor out there. If you look at social media, it's all over social media now. Dubai has been attacked. They're not even saying the UAE or the Middle East. They're focusing specifically on Dubai because they get the biggest clout from that.
Yeah, okay. So, and a lot of it, of course, is nonsense, and we know that, and a lot of it is AI generated, and it's telling the difference between the two, isn't it? So most attacks by these, I love that phrase, bad actors, that we hear very often, most of this is being blocked, isn't it? But it is a constant, it's a 24/7 threat.
Yeah, so if you see what's happening, the majority has been blocked or been filtered out. If anything is managing to get through, there's normally things in place to isolate this and control it.
Right.
So we've not seen anything over the recent weeks saying, okay, there's been a big compromise, there's been a big data leakage within this region. There's been some focus around individuals. The FBI director, for example, had his Gmail account compromised, which we know was a focused one from one of these threat actor groups. So. It is being controlled, but it's a very high number. And then the guys in operations, obviously, they're kind of being now getting the alert fatigue because there's so much coming through. They might be blinded from some of this noise, especially the amount of DDoS attacks, of disruption, the service attacks that we're seeing. which could be an easy way to kind of sneak through and do other things that are more serious. So yeah, it's a heavy load for the guys actually monitoring this and trying to do detection and protection.
I bet it is. Look, I've read a lot about how advanced we are here in the UAE and in the region, to be fair, in kind of fintech terms. We're a global leader in lots of ways, in digital banking in particular. I struggle to get to grips with the tech terms. I've got to be honest with you. It's kind of more sci-fi. Lots of it. So you mentioned DDoS attacks there, spear phishing, automated pen testing, ransomware 2.0. Banks employ self-healing networks to deflect all these attempts. There's so many of them, so that customers don't get affected. Can you explain to me some of the terms I've just parroted at you?
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the maturity we have here for cybersecurity, anyway, it's very good. Yeah. So I've been working in the region for like 20 years, living here for over like 11 years now. But there's been a massive investment, and there's a good adoption across this region. So new technologies coming out, like if you see what's happening with AI, big adoption here in the UAE, again, within Saudi Arabia. The things like spear phishing was the example there, was attacking that FBI director. Right. So, this is where, because normal phishing is, what you see where they do a mass email campaign and who clicks the link.
The numbers game,
comes back. Yeah. But now there's more social engineering involved. They are targeting individuals. That there was a post recently where saying we're now focusing on certain nationalities because of the conflict as well, because they want to pull information about these people, about their contacts, where they work. Can they target these organisations specifically as well? But yeah, the techniques have been used are kind of growing as new technologies come out. What's very good about the UAE, they are early adopters of new technology. So if you look at well-established countries, say like the UK, which has been doing cybersecurity for a very long period of time, the problem they have is that they have lots of legacy systems, and to get to the new kit, they need to be able to finance it, get the budget approval to do this. Yeah. Whereas here, it's always taking new technology. So we are always ahead of the game, which is a good advantage because it means we've got the tools in place to defend against these types of attacks. But if you look at the attacks that are happening, it's still traditional to what we were doing 20, 30 years ago, but it's easier because there's more tools available to do these attacks.
But it is a constant battle, isn't it, I guess, to stay ahead of the game.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. So as the new tools come out, we have new tools for detection and defense and remediation, but then the attackers are using the similar tool set. So like AI, everyone go, this is great for cybersecurity because we can use this to help automate and react quicker. But it also means that the threat actors can use these tools to then build in new scripts and more malware, automate their approaches as well. Like going back to the phishing emails, I think we all pretty much know now how to detect a phishing email from the grammar, the spelling, the language that's used, the urgency, the email address it's come from. But now AI is changing that because the emails are being structured more formal. You're not seeing the spelling mistakes. The grammar's now correct. They can also do this in multiple languages. So I've seen quite a few where you receive in English and in Arabic, for example. So it's focused again regionally, but they're using AI to do this. And I think even people now, day-to-day living, they're using AI to respond to emails. So the personal part is disappearing, because we're using AI to assist us in our workload, so we can then focus on more important tasks. But yeah, both sides are using it, so it's that constant battle, to and fro.
It is that the old phrase, the six of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it? How is AI changing the scale of the threats? And I mean, you've pointed to the sophistication, but what's the contribution to the number? Yeah,
so because AI takes away some of that human intervention, they can automate a lot of the approach. So the targeted attacks or some of the information gathering, you can use AI to do this. So beforehand, there'd be maybe some manual intervention, some scripts that they need to be run. There'd be follow-up activities that what need to be processed. Lots of research. Now, this can be fully automated through AI, and they're also utilizing AI agents to do these activities. So the ramp up in numbers that we're seeing will be because they will be using AI technology to, do a massive amount of attacks, whereas beforehand, it's the information to hand will take more time to gather through the old techniques.
So the AI is simply allowing for scale.
Yes,
Right.
yeah. And speed against it as well.
And speed. Okay. We've all seen AI-powered, the social engineering aspects of it, the CEO's voice or the video mimics, a person in power, and it's asking to authorize a wire transfer, something like that, or recommend some harebrained financial scheme. How do you train a workforce to spot a deep fake when, your eyes are, okay, that's so-and-so, sounds like so-and-so. The lines are so blurred.
Yeah, and I think there's been some really big ones in the news. We had a few years back, the one in Hong Kong, where the guy transferred like 25 million based on discussion of who he thought was his CFO at the time.
Right.
The ones more recently, because we are generally working in this hybrid mode, so both in the office and away. So that people are doing interviews online, and people now using AI and deep fake there. So they're using this to get credentials based on getting a job. It wasn't a real person; it was AI who was a successful candidate.
Right.
They might get the credentials there. They may even get kit shipped out to them, which then allows them to access the corporate network. But yeah, if you look at the deep fakes, it's improving every month because technology is improving.
Yeah.
But you tend to find, if you look at like some of the lip syncing, it can be out. There might be some artifacts floating about.
Okay.
The movement tends to be a little bit smoother than reality. If you look at a TV, I think people are now getting a bit more used to what is AI and what is reality. So it tends to be too smooth. It's very focused. It's very central to the person that's on screen. If it's a live environment, there's normally a little bit of it's not dead straight. Yeah. And then there might be strange things happening in the background. There's lack of movement as well normally because the AI may be not adjust correctly. So, but this is going to improve in time as more technology comes out, as they improve the algorithms and what's not.
Well, it's improving exponentially. That's the point, isn't it?
But there's also, again, to counter this, there's technology to detect whether it is AI generated as well. So all the big security vendors are producing tools to do that. But then obviously you need to invest in that to then protect against it.
Yeah, it's a never-ending wheel, isn't it? It's not just hackers at keyboards, though, is it? People are using LLMs to write code that changes every time it hits a firewall. So it's this kind of, constant battering effect, I suppose. How do human-led IT teams deal with the AI versus AI kind of aspects?
So if you're looking at the attacks, they are using these techniques now to, morph some of their code, so it becomes bit more difficult to detect, especially if you're looking at like malware. So this malware now, traditionally, we'll be able to detect it. We've got lots of tools out there to detect this from the actual asset that's being attacked. But now, because the malware is morphing based on the AI that's been used, we now have to kind of monitor the user behavior or the system's behavior.
Gotcha.
So if we see something that's abnormal, because the AI is morphed and doing something it shouldn't be doing, then we'll use that to react against.
I'm not struggling to keep up. You're explaining it well. It's just it's the what amazes me. It's the scope of this. It's the size. It's I don't know if you're in the crosshairs of this. It would be a very difficult situation to be in. And this is not just small, medium businesses. They're targeted just as much as the larger corporations, state infrastructure as well. This is...
Yeah, it's a business now. Back when I first started doing this nearly 30 years ago, it was basically defacing websites, abusing mail relays,
It's the spotty teenager in the bedroom.
And no, because there wasn't really a financial return. It's more like tagging a website, and you got your name out there, or you got your tag out there. And then over time, it's evolved because the mail relay abuse was you could get some return on investment on this. But now it's a proper business, and there's big money to be made from this. So the big targets will be where if they can ransomware a company and they've got a good confidence level, they're going to pay out. They're going to get money from that. Some of the small to medium-sized companies probably never going to pay out. But then they might still compromise these systems because they can use that compromised system to attack another one, to hide their path to attacking another server, or use that to hit for a part of a DDoS campaign. So there's lots of things going on. But at the end of the day, these guys that are doing this either been sponsored by the state or that they need a financial return. So this is their focus point.
Okay, you've mentioned DDoS a couple of times. DDoS is that an attack where you're sending lots of traffic to a site?
Yeah,
is that
so
right? And it crashes the.
Yeah, so there's lots of this happening right now
Yeah.
because again that they want to show, because of the ongoing conflict, get their name out there, show the Iranian or supported groups are doing these activities to bring down critical infrastructure.
Okay.
But if you look what's actually happened, the DDoS attacks are generally against web servers. So it's quite easy to bring a web server down in reality if you heavily load it. Some companies do this by mistakes and because they might promote something. But yeah, there'd be like hundreds of thousands of requests sent to a web server in a very small period of time. That will then bring it down. There are tools in place to filter this out. That there are manual interventions we can put in place, like block these IP addresses. But it'd be like a spread of IP addresses that would be attacking these web servers. But the ones that happened recently, the server's probably been down for 10 minutes, 20 minutes or so. So most people won't notice it. It's what's being posted on social media to say it's down. There's been a few that have been down for a few hours where obviously companies have put something in place to put another level of protection in, or they might need to do some form of recovery. But yeah, it's a... If you look at again, focusing on Dubai is like a brand anyway. So when these threat actors do a DDoS against a Dubai, whether it's a government, whether it's travel, hospitality, finance, telcos, whatever, even the small businesses, they'll broadcast. So we brought down a Dubai entity. Dubai is struggling to cope with all of these cyber threats. So
right, okay.
It's trying to damage the reputation, not necessarily so much on the business side, because the business side may only be down for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes in a whole day, most people won't generally notice. Or if you went to a website, you go back 15 minutes later and wouldn't be aware, they were affected.
Gotcha. Okay. So I mean, it could literally be, well, we just restarted the machine and it was fine, kind of thing.
Yeah. And because some of these will actually bring down the server completely, and it will go through a reboot cycle. The attacks that are using, that they will be distributed, so it'll be either through compromised systems, but you can even do DDoS as a service. There are websites you can go out there, pick an entity you want to attack, you pay for how long you want to attack it for, submit your credit card, and off you go.
That's remarkable. Imagine your credit card on a DDoS attacking site. That's just it boggles the mind.
They're probably using some form of cryptocurrency in reality.
Well, I was saying,
protect their flow. But yeah, some people they may even have like some credit card details that they've captured elsewhere, and then they'll use that as well to initiate these attacks.
It's incredibly intricate, isn't it? Okay, so for years, when the IT department have said just restart it, it could have been a DDoS attack.
Yeah,
you never know.
Like I say, what's going on? It isn't new. Yeah,
No,
it's just that there's more tools out there, or it's an as a service. Back in the day, you would try to bring a server down to then capture things happening on the server reboot, because how services are coming back online. If there's a vulnerability there, you'll try to capture that. Now, because everything's cloud-based, so you're attacking these, and it's more the operational disruption rather than to do the compromise. But there might be a follow-up where they've learned from this attack sequence, where, okay, can we go in, can we compromise a certain service? Can we actually get into the website and pull out some information or deface the website? There is some defacing going on from the current situation, but not too much. It's more of how many entities can we bring down in a day, and then broadcast it to the world saying, we brought down X amount of government entities, X amount of telcos, finance. So if you look across the whole GCC, it's a lot attacking ministry portals, and then to say we brought down the ministry, but you haven't. You brought down the website for 5 or 10 minutes.
For 5 or 10 minutes, sure. So you're looking for vulnerabilities, and then of course social media amplifies that, and it becomes much more of a thing than it was. Okay. Hence the government saying, use trusted information. Make sure you're on the right sites. That makes a lot more sense. What are the most common entry points for attackers? What are people looking to exploit? What have you seen?
Yeah. So probably the easiest way for the threat actors is still the phishing campaigns.
Right.
So like I say, the AI now is helping that, so that they'll probably get a better success rate because of how the email is structured. So it's people reacting to these, and now because of the current situation, people may click this again because they're not really assessing it correctly. But yeah, there's still systems where that they've not been fully patched. So there's vulnerabilities that can be exploited. So this is another entry point. Also, because the people are using cloud-based systems or they're working remotely, you need to connect through some means. So maybe through like a VPN. So it could be weak VPN credentials, or these could be exposed somewhere through a data leakage. So these are being abused. So these are kind of entry points you're saying. But again, phishing campaign is probably one of them where we get a good success rate. But if you're scanning for vulnerabilities and you have to abuse these, then this takes a little bit more time.
You work for an international firm. You've worked in cybersecurity for many years. What are the big mistakes that you're seeing that companies are making?
Yeah. So I think like in reality, you got to have that. It's not if, it's when I'm going to be breached. Yeah, because
that's the attitude you need to have.
This is a really kind of the attitude. That kind of paranoia in place. So if you do get breached, what's your plan? Do you have an incident response plan in place? How can you recover from that situation?
Yeah.
Because you might have an investment in technology, you might have an investment in service providers or partners to support this. But if God forbid, and it does actually happen, what's your process in place to control what it is there, isolate compromised systems, have a recovery mechanism out of it? So this is something all companies should really have in place. But because there's so many tools out there that they may have the tools there and then just think, okay, the tools are going to do the job for me. I can sit back and let this run its course. But then in reality, you probably can still get breached. And what do you actually do post that?
For startups, for businesses, is cybersecurity still looked on as an IT expense, or is it more of it's a strategic necessity? How do people view it now?
Yeah, I still feel there's you need to justify the expense.
Yeah.
And this is one of the challenges we've had for a very long time, because how do you prove your return on investment? If you get a military grade defense system in place, how do you justify that cost?
Yeah.
And it's very difficult. So you kind of need to prioritize some of the tools that you're going to need to use. You can look at other companies that have been compromised and what was their business impact and what was the cost against it, because generally that will get published. We got hit, X amount of data got exfiltrated. We can work out the cost, or especially this region, going back to what I said earlier, it's the damage to the brand. So it's not just that financial cost of your operations. It could damage your brand in such a way that people don't want to use that brand because they're concerned, of whether their data is going to be exposed or other issues with their finances. So yeah, and all the brands within the UAE are extremely strong. So there's lots of protection around that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Final question. We've just got just under a minute. For anybody listening, watching at the moment, maybe somebody on the way to work, if you get a suspicious, SMS or urgent email, however you've been approached, or maybe not approached, what's the golden kind of cyber hygiene rule at the moment? Piece of advice.
Yeah. So again, this is something we're seeing more and more happening. You got the calls, you got the SMSs, you got the, have that kind of, that trust level. Do you really trust it? Don't click the links. Yeah. I would generally go to the website directly,
right.
Rather than trusting a link. Try to verify it. Is it real? If someone's calling you, call them back. Get their contact details. Phone the main office. But yeah, have a kind of a paranoia mode to the text messages coming through, because we get a lot anyway. We get a lot of marketing ones, and they can try to hide in some of the marketing ones. But yeah, generally I wouldn't trust the links. Yeah, I'll go to the website directly if it's related to, say, like my Emirates ID or my driver's license or my PO box. You get lots of these coming through. Can you verify this? Can you do that? I think we discussed before. Trying to do verification for UAE Pass. But no, don't accept these. Go in directly to the relevant sites and then confirm, or phone the actual department or office.
Okay, Stephen, it's fascinating to talk to you. It always is. I always feel like I learned so much sitting here talking to you. It's slightly scary, but it comes from a good place. I know. Stephen
But like I say,
Marriott.
we are well protected in the UAE, which is very good.
Well, that is good to hear. Stephen Marriott is Managed Security Services Director for the Middle East for Umbrella and is a cybersecurity expert in our eyes. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. This is Luxury Breaks from the Ferrari pit lanes to Yas Marina experiences. So we are joined today, very special guest, the venue experience director behind one of the world's most iconic motorsports destinations. Gianluca Pilot is with us. His career spans more than 3 decades, including time with Scuderia Ferrari, working alongside legends. And I mean legends, Michael Schumacher, Kimi Räikkönen, Felipe Massa. So our guest today brings a rare perspective from Formula One to, I think, what we could term real-world driving experiences. Gianluca, it's a great pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much to invite us. Thank you very much.
It's very good to have you here.
Morning,
And as ever, let me introduce you to Jacek Ziemek, who is from X Motors. The brutally honest Jacek is with us, as ever as well. Nice to have you both here. Let's start, Gianluca, with you. The early days of your Formula One career. What drew you into the world, and what shaped you working at a level like that?
I think focus. I think the main... working in Formula One, like in the motorsport, I was growing with a different category. But more you go up, and when you are Formula One, the main thing is focus. You cannot relax, and it's a very intensive job.
It's a super intense world to work in. The standards are, I was going to say the standards are high, but that doesn't even get anywhere near
Outstanding is a better word.
Exactly, Jacek, you're right. The standards are stratospheric.
Yeah, the demand is the driver want the best, the engineering want the best, the competition is a high level. A small mistake and you can be first and you can be in the end. Even nowadays, even more in the pit stop, it's been a tenth of a second can make a difference. But behind that is the preparation to be perfect all the time. Is really make you live consistently focused. I mean, when you go inside the track from Thursday to Sunday, you live in a bubble of, I don't call stress, because that stress is something different, but you need to focus 100%. I think this is the most.
To keep the standards. What led you there? What was it that got you into, how did you become, the engineer that you became? What led you into the automotive world to start with?
I think everybody have patience when you are kids, You grow up with some idol or some hero, and in Europe in general, is the football, is the cars, is of course after you want to become doctor or you a football player. That was the idea when you was young, and I all the time like the car and specific the racing. I like the racing. I mean, I like see what's happened behind, and after I study with that. I'm start for the lower category. I work in Ferrari for a period in the R&D, we talked before, and after I move in Formula One. Before I make Formula 3000, I was Formula 2 at that time, and I grow and I reach Formula One. I stay here for some years.
What is more exciting, the competition or engineering behind?
Personally, the competition.
Okay.
The adrenaline that you have in some moment is incredible.
Okay.
It's been the
competition as a team.
Yeah, of course, as a team. It's been the adrenaline to be perfect, the adrenaline to make sure that you don't forget anything, the adrenaline to go in the grid, and back in the day you can still modify the car, and sometimes you change the setup of the spring or something in the last really physically last minute, and that is special.
I heard that sometimes they are changing only also during the pit stops.
Yeah, some stuff, but that was more the
and you guys in the teams are looking behind the arm what the competition is doing.
Yeah, that for sure, but that we don't talk about that. But yeah, for sure, the best is the adrenaline. It's the only thing that I miss for some years after that. I stopped is when I see in TV then the people go in the grid. It's a really special moment because 1 hour before the tension starts to build because the car is there, you stop, you fire up, and you start to think, I did everything, we closed that nut, we
set up,
the setup is correct, because you don't have any test.
You cannot go out and tell, okay, the driver test is complaining, and you can change. No, it's not time anymore.
Yeah.
And that is built.
What's the excitement like though when you're trackside? Because you were, how many races were you involved with? 120?
120, yeah,
120 odd races. So for some years, what's it like being trackside when the pressure starts? What's it like behind the scenes? How does it feel?
Then you need to. But we come. That time you have a lot of test also.
Yeah.
I mean, as a preparation. It's been at some point it's become your routine.
Yeah.
And you need to manage the stress moment. You try to you become used to work a bit under pressure, and you go under stress only when and if it's necessary. You cannot work all the time under pressure. You cannot be full stress all the time. This is the best things that is coming from the motorsport school. You need to adapt yourself at that level of intensity and be sure that you control yourself as a team, as a group. Because if you work all the time in tension, the moment that you have a problem, you are just in the limit. It's like running. If your heart bite is too high all the time, you don't have gap to
If you
increase.
cross some line of stress, you
start
can make more mistakes.
Exactly, you start to make mistake and this type of thing. For sure, it's not you end of the season. Sometimes when you release the tension, example, I remember sometimes you become easily sick because the adrenaline and everything drop down quickly.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's happened, but anyway, it was a positive stress. It was beautiful. I mean, I'm not here to.
But I mean, it is. If it's not stress, then it is. It's a pressure beyond what most of us, I guess, can understand. But you work with some of the real great drivers, Kimi Räikkönen, Felipe Massa, Michael Schumacher.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a good driver and a great driver at that level?
The package has been. Michael was the king for multiple reasons.
Okay.
The speed, no one can contest. It's there. The capacity of analysis is there. The capacity to make the team together. And the human part.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been Michael, especially in the beginning, drive the team by example. You reach in the garage in the morning. The driver don't arrive there until 9 o'clock during the test example, or 9:30 when the pit is open. But he was there from 7:30. A couple of times he arrived before us, and we arrived maybe 7:31, and he's watching. Guys, 1 minute late, and this is build the team. He drive the team as an example, and the human part of him is. Remember your birthday. Remember if any one of your family was sick, or Christmas time, or any single details. On top of the speed and the analysis and the skill to understand the car and everything.
And the ability to handle being a champion so many times.
Do we have someone like this now in the grid?
Yeah.
Do you think?
I don't know. I don't live. It's from outside. It's very difficult to understand the personality of the driver and the dynamic of the car, because look, now it's dominated Mercedes. Previous year was another team. Personally, I believe Verstappen is the same.
Similar.
He's a superstar.
But the new regulations are killing.
Okay, but is that exactly? It's difficult to understand. I think is. Probably the best driver of his generation by far. I like him a lot as a personality, as the way that he's drive, the way that he's work, the ways that he's
communicate. It's similar, like you said about the Michael.
And very similar. But there are
so
some
hard work is the best way to be the best.
Simple probably for sure. Motorsport don't make discount to anyone.
Yeah,
you can. The top is there for a reason.
How much is the natural ability? How much does that come into it? Just some people, look, lots of people are better drivers than others, and clearly have a better capacity to concentrate, a better listening to engine noise, whatever it might be. But how much is natural ability versus hard? What's the equation between you're naturally a great driver, but you've worked really hard? It's a combination of both, clearly, but are there more natural?
Like everything, it's the last 5% that make a difference.
Okay. Yeah.
It's, and the last 5% is the 1% of hard work, 1% of the focus, teamwork. Because it's a lot driver that reach 90% or 95%.
Yeah.
The last 5% is superstar. And as a natural, it's a talent. It's a talent to understand the speed, and to understand the grip. It's some people that have the skill to find the grip where normal people don't find. Grip is meant to feel the car naturally. Kimi was the perfect example.
Okay.
Kimi looked very relaxed from outside, but he's a hard worker. No, Kimi know what he wants. Is a professional driver. No question. But Kimi is one of the perfect examples. Then it can be fast with everything, even with a trolley. Robert Kubica was another guy that can reach 90% of the capacity of the car in one lap. Everything can be the Formula One from the Toyota Nissan Tida, sorry. You can find the grip and the best performance immediately. And after they need to work for the last 10%, 5%. This is the difference between superstar and normal driver.
You can see how the drivers from the Formula One, sometimes you can observe them on a Nürburgring. They're driving just regular sport cars.
Yeah.
How they finding every inch of the track different than the, let's say, enthusiasts. It's a different world.
Yeah, it's a different world.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear. It's a level up. It's a level I don't really understand, if I'm honest, but I'm interested in trying to understand it. But it's also it's the association with the risk of speed and being able to balance that as well. Because, and I'm riding along
for the
in
years,
my little Jeep
Formula
Wrangler.
One eliminated the risk as much as possible.
But it's still there because you are at speed. You are racing at speed. The adrenaline's there. It's the balancing
We've
of
seen
that.
many serious accidents last year. Nothing happened. Seriously. They were really dramatic, but finally nothing happened.
That's the difference between
It's
you
not
two
like
guys and me. I see the speed as something to be scared of. So clearly, I'm not a racing driver.
Me also.
You do.
The perception of the risk, for sure, is different, but they are not crazy. As you mentioned, the F1 driver or the professional driver don't take risk.
Super calculated.
They don't take risk.
Yeah.
They are capable to use the tools at the best way.
If you have, for example, the standard Ferrari 296, you will go to Yas Marina and you compare with a GT3, which is extremely different car.
Sure.
Only looks similar. So in my opinion, the GT3 is safer than this 296 if you push it to the limit.
Okay.
Because it gives you the feeling on every possible way. But you have to know what you're doing.
Well, you do, exactly. Well, you do. I don't. That's the difference, obviously. Gianluca, let me ask you. You've transitioned from Formula One. You're here in the Emirates. You're at Yas Marina circuit. What's been the biggest shift in mindset for you? Because, it's a change of career, obviously. But what do you take from Formula One into your job at Yas Marina?
Everything. It was the reason then I was here in Yas Marina circuit. The original plan was generate an academy or generate an experience for everybody with the same standard of the motorsport, without compromise of the safety, without compromise of the quality, and we work all the time in that direction. It's been the transaction was what is the tools instead to be an F1. In the beginning, it was like a Formula 3 for the client or the Aston Martin GT4, but the mentality is staying the same. This is what is in the motorsport at a high level or at good level. The mentality is all the time do the best with what you have. Don't let go anything. It's been one of the perfect example. Is we never fix the car. We never wait to fix the car when the car is broken. You need to anticipate any possible issue.
Right. Okay.
This is the main difference.
Yeah.
You know, you don't, of course, the oil is an example. You don't wait and the light come on or someone calling you for you monitor the mileage.
Yeah.
If you have the experience, then the clutch need to be changed at 10,000 kilometers. You change at 9,800 to be sure then you don't have that. The statistic, a study, but for sure, we apply the same mentality for our client and our experience like in the motorsport.
So how do you create that elite motorsport experience at Yas? Where does the process begin?
But everything starts, it's a fact, and Abu Dhabi and Yas Marina Circuit give the best tools to do that. I mean, there's never become, the question of the cost is never be there or cut or compromise the quality. And of course, this is support us to deliver the best. 100%. I mean, I need to be very honest.
I'm interested to learn a little bit more about what you do, because I know that you offer experiences for younger drivers. There is a program for young Emirati drivers, and I mean young Emirati drivers, 5-year-old drivers.
It's been Yas Marina Circuit offer quite a large range of opportunity for experience to drive the car.
Yeah.
Very recently we have some experience for teenager. Then is with the Caterham. Then it's beautiful because it's quite a fun car. Example, even in that case, we apply all the possible mitigation for the risk. I mean, a teenager drive, but behind you is a instructor. The instructor have the clutch pedal also.
Oh, okay.
The double brake can brake more or brake less. You have a kill switch for the engine, 50%, 100%. You have the roll cage. You have all the racing belts. We can modify the power. It means we make in condition the client to have the best experience possible, the most safety experience possible. This is for the teenager. And after, we grow until the Ferrari. Between, we have the Formula 3000. Recently, we introduced the Wolf. Then it's a sport car. Incredible. It's less than 700 kilo, and we can reach 430 horsepower. An incredible downforce of 150 kilometers per hour. You have 250 kilo of downforce. It's quite impressive to drive or to be a passenger. Of course, we have the Aston Martin GT4. We have the Porsche Taycan electrical. It's another incredible car. The Alfa Romeo, the Quadrifoglio, another incredible car. It's been whenever you come exactly. In Yas Marina Circuit, you have everything. If you are a petrol head, or if you're not a petrol head, or if you want to introduce your son to the car, we have all the tool set and the product to offer at the best level, and one of the most iconic track in the world. It's incredible what the people can experience in Yas Marina.
You love it, Jacek, don't you?
Yeah, it's been.
Yas Marina.
I love this place.
You need to visit us and see yourself.
I mean, I've seen it. I've been there.
I think it's one of the best racing tracks in the world.
If
it's not the best.
I see multiple tracks in the world because of my job. And, of course, when Yas Marina in 2009. Don't forget, Yas Marina circuit have a long history. It's there for more than 15 years.
Yeah.
And still now, I think, is the benchmark for everybody.
Yeah, true.
In terms of facility, in terms of atmosphere, during the Formula One, the quality of the service that we offer for the client, I think, is unbeatable.
It's impressive. What about drivers of the future? I mean, you're essentially offering experience to young people from 5 years old. I mean, is the hope that
this is one
start so early? Otherwise, you will not reach anything.
Well, you do. I mean, I know from the Lewis Hamilton experience, for example, or Max Verstappen, or
all of them.
All
they
of them
started so early.
Yeah, that's right.
This is one of our mandate. Has been, of course, we are there as a business, but we are there also to serve the community, and we do our best also for that. And the program is try to find a new talent in UAE. You have some good driver even now, but of course we are all the time try to find the new generation of talent. And most important, give everybody the possibility to approach the motorsport. Because what is difficult sometimes is look a faraway world, is look a difficult world to come inside. Our job is make sure that everybody in UAE have the possibility to approach the motorsport. And we have this program with Yassid example. We really try to make the selection of the best driver. Of course, the cost is there, but we do our best to facilitate this. We try to be the door to come inside the motorsport.
And there's a real car culture here in the Emirates.
100%.
I think there really is.
Still very strong, and people love car. Everybody, you see the way also that people treat the car. Rarely see the car not in good condition in UAE.
Yeah.
It's a bit the law probably also, but people really like the car. The car is important, and the people, especially in the last 10 years, we have multiple clubs. You are the perfect example. You know, the people start really to appreciate the car, not only the new one, even the old one.
Yeah, well, there's a man that appreciates.
That will maybe start, I think, because it's previously they never appreciate the classic cars.
Yeah, now
they slowly start to understand the beauty of the old cars. But also it has to be someone who can help them to maintain them in a proper condition. That's the problem also.
Yeah, and that's long been a problem, hasn't it? I've just got a couple more questions for you, Luca. We're a little bit short of time. How do you see the circuit Yas Marina evolving in the next few years? Because it's clearly a motorsport destination. Increasingly, it's a lifestyle destination as well. How do you see the future?
The future is great. First of all, we need to look in that direction, and Yas Marina Circuit is inside Yas Island, and Yas Island grow as a destination, and of course we cannot stack as Yas Marina Circuit as a motorsport only, or as we need to offer a different type of experience, and we host the three times a week. Then the people can drive use the bicycle or run inside the Yas Marina Circuit. We host concert. We have multiple type of space where the people can really spend time in Yas Marina Circuit. It's been, of course, it's the center of Yas Island, and we won't be the hub for the family and for the public to spend time there.
And the team, keeping in mind that Yas Marina plays in the Formula One is a season finale, always.
Exactly.
So it's like last year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the sometimes the champion will be shown there.
Yeah, that's right. No, I mean, it's been contentious times in the last year or two as well. No, absolutely right. Final question for you. For anybody who's listening who maybe hasn't been on the track, maybe hasn't visited the circuit, what's the experience that you'd recommend that you should not miss?
It's a big range of experience.
Is that like me saying which is your favorite child? Is that a difficult?
No. It's what is your favorite? Okay, I make an Italian way. What is your favorite pasta? You know?
I like it. Pappardelle.
People need to check our website, or even pass Yas Marina Circuit. Come inside the Yas Central, is the hub where we have the activity. Pass there, come to check the car. Very soon we have a cafeteria there. It's not necessary. It's an open space. People, please come to visit Yas Marina Circuit to check what we offer. Breed the motorsport, and after the people can select to have an experience. Can be karting, can be the pit stop challenge, can be the simulator. The Caterham for teenager for me is incredible good product. I love that. If you want to have something extremely fast, is the Wolf, the Aston Martin GT4, as you mentioned. It make you inside the car, and you're racing up the 24-hour Le Mans, because this is the type of car. We have the Ferrari. What more iconic of the red car?
Yeah, we have also
we have the electrical.
We have a Ferrari challenge in X Motors, so we are going there to race.
Exactly. We have the Porsche Taycan. The range is incredible. What I suggest everybody, come to Yas Marina Circuit, pass inside the circuit, come to check what we offer, and after you decide. It's really like, especially now we have quite good offer. It's been.
It's a big
I really
place.
invite the people to try. At least one time. It's an experience that you keep for you all for all life.
Okay. So it's difficult to choose. What is your favourite pasta, by the way?
Sorry?
You did mention favourite pasta. Do you have a favourite pasta? Is there a favourite pasta a man should have?
I need to do the carbonara because my son and I need to prepare one time per week.
There you go.
But please, again, even the family, bring your kids and at yes. The Caterham teenager for the teenager is a beautiful product and can be a beautiful product, father and son. Or, to do something together to build the connection, how he's driving the car.
I like it.
I think that this is something that I suggest to everybody to do.
A nice family experience.
So never again hear about the autonomic cars.
No, I'm learning that with you every week, let me tell you. Gianluca Pilot is the Venue Experience Director at one of the world's most iconic motorsport destinations, Yas Marina Circuit. Gianluca, appreciate you coming in. Thank you for spending time.
No, thank you very much to invite me and to talk about Yas Marina Circuit and myself.
Thank you very much
It's
for
been good to
myself
have
as
you
well.
here. And also, this is Luxury Breaks, the Ferrari superfan, Jacek Ziemek. Ziemek is from X Motors. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. So what does the rise in fuel prices, in particular in diesel prices, mean for the weekly shop? Prices are significantly up this month. UAE retailers say they're trying to keep key everyday items as affordable as possible to safeguard consumers. The question, of course, is how realistic is it to expect supermarkets to absorb additional fuel costs? And for how long as well? Mark Mortimer-Davies is the CEO of Choitrons, joins us back in the studio. Good to have you back.
Thank you very much.
Nice,
yeah, welcome.
Nice to see you. So here we are, 5 weeks into the conflict. When you were here a few weeks ago now, the message in terms of food stocks and the company kind of supply chains was positive. Reports from the Ministry of Economy and Tourism all reflect continuingly stable food supplies. Right now, though, diesel is up, it's something like 72%.
Yeah.
2.72 dirhams a litre to 4.69. So there's really an immediate kind of margin pressure test for retailers. How's it impacted your operations?
So I think, look, in many ways, we're lucky. We're a local store. And, I always say to people, save some more money, shop locally, and don't get in the car and go shopping. But for us, obviously it impacts everything, okay, from clearing goods from the port or the airport down to circulating those goods around our own stores. So it's basically a question of focus. And the conflict has focused everybody's minds on certain things. So you have to look at numbers of deliveries, frequency of deliveries, and whereby in the past we might have gone just in time and done daily deliveries, what we're now looking at is truck fill. So we might be sending trucks every 2 days, but fuller trucks to maximize the efficiency of our fleet. There's no doubt at some stage in the future, those price increase, fuel affects everything, right? From the production of DUR and government products. As a rough rule of thumb, a 10% increase in our diesel cost will be 0.3 to 0.4% increase in our cost. So 70% is a large amount. So what we try and do is look at other costs, as I said, trucks, staffing. We've reduced some of our shop hours, so that means we have less buses ferrying our staff back and forth. So wherever we can, we've looked to reduce other areas to offset the cost of the fuel. But it will, the longer this goes on, it will trickle through. It's inevitable. We can't sustain it and we can only trim so much out of our cost base. So we're trying to do that. We're working with other retailers. We're actually sharing now import deliveries. We're looking at shared distribution costs. So if we can work with other retailers and instead of them sending a half-full truck, and that's a half-full truck, we send one truck and we cover both units. So we've got 3 ongoing discussions at the moment with people who would, be our competitors in many ways, but we're collaborating with them now to try and keep those cost to consumer down. And it's that. It's just re-looking at every small area of a business to try and offset as much of that 70% as we can.
And you can make a difference by reducing working hours. There's I guess you have some 24-hour stores that don't need to be 24-hour stores, for example. Yep. And the idea is, as much as you possibly can, to reduce impact on consumers, hopefully that we don't even notice the things that you're doing. That's kind of the point.
So that's the point. We've looked at our longer store opening areas, because that also means that we need 3 shifts of buses go into those stores.
Right.
So we reduce that now to 2.
Yep.
So there's an efficiency everywhere for us in things like overtime and hours. Less fuel used to get people there and back. We've stopped. funny enough, we'd done that at the beginning of the year. So at the beginning of the year, we stopped returns to our suppliers. It's in my view, it's a wasted sort of traditional system that, they would take certain products back.
Yeah.
That just means another truck come into our stores to pick stuff up to go back. So we'd stopped that anyway. So that's taken out hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 or more extra trips that were being made. And we just keep looking for areas where we can marginalize the impact, but it won't go away. Being realistic, it will have an impact.
Mm. I've read some recent comments that you've made to the press, and you mentioned it's not realistic to absorb all the cost increases indefinitely. Of course,
yeah.
But to what extent can you, though, so that how far can you go to protect your customers?
I don't have a number on that. As I said.
So how long is a piece of string question?
Yeah.
But
so we work on what people call a moving average price.
Right.
So we have, let's say, the average price of product A in our warehouse today is 10. And then we get a new delivery that comes in at maybe 20. So what we do is we then say, okay, if we put all of that stock together, the average of one box is now 15. So you don't jump straight from 10 to 20.
Right.
You take it to 15, and then you look at, okay, my cost of delivery and everything now of that 15, how can I reduce them so that you can delay? It's inevitable that this will increase prices, but how far can we delay it, offset it? Can we look at local products for a while? Do we need such a broad range in all our stores? So can we cut out some of the items? So instead of bringing, half a container of one product and then a mix of other products, if we buy a full container load, the cost of that coming from the supplier is cheaper. So that offsets then some of the extra costs that have been added on. And something I never thought I'd say in my career, in some places at the moment now, when we look at air freight at the moment has a greater certainty of shipment and arrival.
Okay.
And although it's more expensive, if you look at sea freight where we're not sure if we can get the container on a ship, then we're not sure if we can get the ship into any suitable port. And we've got the partnership with Sainsbury's in the UK. We've had a container of our products from them dropped off in Sri Lanka. And I won't offend all the Sri Lankans on the call by trying to pronounce the name of the port. But so it's now our responsibility to get it from there. We've then got to send an empty container back to that port as part of the trading agreement. So once you add all that in, and all the time and effort, in many cases now, an air freight shipment is a better option because we're actually sure it's going to take off and land. And so we can plan. And, I never thought I'd be anywhere near saying that.
I never thought I'd hear it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised myself. Words coming out my mouth sometimes. But
it is.
It's the uncertainty. And I think I was telling you last time that, our business works on a sort of model of planning. We plan when product, and if that is disrupted, then for certain items, I'm not saying we're going to be air freighting, crisps, but for certain items that are important, air freight is now a potential option for a short period of time.
It's interesting. Look, I don't want to sound dramatic, but is there, for want of a better phrase, a breaking point where logistics costs can no longer be absorbed, or it isn't as effective as what you've just outlined, and that we start to see, I don't know, staples, milk or bread or whatever, shooting up?
I think with staples, the government is more aware, has more input. There are strategic stocks of certain items.
Right.
Yeah. So, and they are, we've just had a delivery of Easter eggs come in slightly late. Now, you're not going to get anybody come to your rescue.
Right down to the wire, that one.
You're not going to get people come to your rescue on that.
Yeah.
But when it's bread, when it's milk, then the government input and their willingness to listen and act is far greater.
Yeah.
And then you do have options. I think I was saying to you before, instead of fresh, you can buy a little bit of frozen. Instead of fresh milk, there is long life milk, and there's ample supply of long life milk.
Yeah.
So it's more about switching and people's willingness to switch. And on staples, the support behind us is far stronger than on the sort of more peripheral items that you might not need, but you'd like now and again.
You mentioned working with competitors slightly more closely now. I mean, your knowledge of this market, retail and supermarkets in this market is probably better than almost anybody I could mention. I think your experience here counts for something.
You're calling me old now, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I got the euphemism right there, but I clearly didn't. But you know what's going on. You know the people. You're talking to people. How's the communication been with the competition? Because these are very specific set of circumstances.
Yeah, I think. Look, we have a common. I maybe shouldn't use the word, but we have a common enemy. Right, we have a common problem then.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think and also Choithrams, it's not me really, the Choithrams family have been in the business in the region for 50 plus years. They also, we have a distribution business, so we deal with many of our competitors on the other side of our business. So we have built relationships for 50 years.
Yeah.
And when you've done that, we're able to use those relationships and because of that trust, and get certain people in a room and say, okay, guys, look, we're all facing this common problem. How can we get together and for a period of time collaborate on certain areas? And we found it's not down to me; it's down to the family trust really. Gets people in the room, and it's my job then to progress those discussions. And we've had, as I said, 2 to 3 very good discussions about doing that. And what that does is bring down the overall cost. Well, I'm not saying bringing it down. It delays us having to increase the overall cost of product.
Okay. And I guess from the point of view of the authorities as well, when they see this kind of collaboration at a difficult time, there's a benefit to that as well. Yeah,
they're appreciative, right?
I'm sure.
In not in any formal way, but it's a human thing. If I think you've seen the notes coming out from the government about thanking people for staying and whatever, and I think there's an appreciation that we're trying wherever possible to do the right thing. But they're also pragmatists as well. They realise that certain times we can't fix the issue. But I think if they see you mostly trying to do the right thing, every now and again when you have a problem, they're willing to understand that you're doing it because you have to, rather than because you want to.
Yeah. But it carries a message, right? I mean, it's a positive.
Yeah. Any relationship is built on that, right? There's that bit of trust, and you'll see in the some of the press where they found people not behaving in that way, and that they've taken appropriate action. But yeah, I think. Our time in market, our teams have spent years working with the government, so they know us, and that helps in times like this.
You also speak, I guess, to customers regularly. You have feedback mechanisms, I'm sure. What are your customers telling you? Is there an understanding, do you think, a sense of acceptance that this is extraordinary times, there may be price rises to come? Is there some acceptance of that, this kind of we're in it together kind of thing to an extent? Or are customers, no, you should be supporting us and dropping?
No, I was in a store this morning, which is what we were doing, and we were looking at some other work, but people always come up and talk to you, right?
Sure.
And I think there was a number of people started by saying, I'd like to say thank you for the way your staff have been dealing with the situation and dealing with us. They've been, pleasant. which is always lovely to hear. There were I spoke to maybe 8 or 9 people today. There were a couple of comments around, this product is missing and that product has been, but they're not. Maybe before all the trouble started, they would have been saying, hey, get your act together. Where is it? Today they look, is there any chance it's going to come in the short term?
Right.
There was no real push on pricing today. I think there's enough communication in the press and because they work in these sectors, right? So they're either, they know somebody works in maybe retail or hospitality or shipping or transport. So when they sit at home around the dinner table, there's a realism that we're all in it together.
Yeah.
So there's been no real pushback.
Well, there's a reasonable level of awareness, I think, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah. I think the communication generally about what's going on has been excellent. Yeah. And so people understand then. And if they think as a brand, they trust you well enough that you're doing your best, there's a little bit of forgiveness in the strain and stress.
I mean, it's such an intricate web that you have to weave. You're talking about, containers in Sri Lanka, then getting it back, then you've got to get the container back, and you're integrating that with a trucking system in some cases. Some of it's air freight. It's a very, very intricate thing to kind of mind-boggling in lots of ways. So I guess your investment, your IT investment, your planning, your logistics planning software, that's a heavy investment. Efficiency is so important. It's almost a matter of national security. Really. I know I'm over-egging the pudding, but you know where I'm going.
But lucky is the wrong word, but in many ways, in January we did some price changing in the stores. We dropped a lot of pricing. We just finished implementing a new warehouse efficiency system that we were doing anyway. We've been doing it for the last 9 months.
Right.
The actual go-live testing was delayed because the trouble started, so we're testing it now. That will help, and it was fortuitous. We were doing it anyway.
Yeah.
It's going to help us again. We'd looked at a better sales tool, and I hate using AI because everybody says AI in every conversation today, but it has a little bit of it in it.
Right.
That tracks our trucks in the market, what we're selling, where we're selling it. That is also now going to give us better efficiency. So retailing is 1,000, and distribution, it's 1,000 jobs you do every day, right? From making sure the tomatoes are fresh to the tires on the truck to if you do those 1,000 things right every day, your business is efficient. And we obviously weren't, we were maybe doing, let's say we were up in the 700s. So what we've been looking at even more closely now is, okay, how do we knock off these other things and make every little piece 1% better? And if we can do that, it helps with the pressure that we're getting from outside.
You see, the thing I get from you, and this is both times that you've been in here in the last 3 weeks or so, as you were talking about the January, what you did in January price-wise, Choitum. So that was quite a big change. That made quite a big splash, I think. But also now, the message I'm getting from you, and it's a good message, certainly from my point of view as a customer, is that we are trying to make sure that you don't pay any more money for your weekly shop. That's the message I'm getting. As far as you can at the moment, that I haven't really noticed anything missing or any price rises
my
at all.
mum, God rest her, used to say to me, look, don't just moan about things, go and do something about it, right?
Yeah, I think your mum and mum were the same. I have said the same thing.
And yes, look, it's a difficult situation. We just had an alert now as we were coming here, right? And but if you just sit and complain, you'll go nowhere. So I think what we've tried to do is, I wouldn't say keep prices to what they were, but keep any impact to be as far away down the road as we can and as minimal as we can. And I think, it's not just us. To be fair, I know the guys in the trade. There's a Ministry of Commerce retail group, and I know everybody's looking at that. We're all looking slightly at different things. But I think the industry's best effort is to make sure that, it isn't just an excuse for laziness, and petrol goes up 70%, so your prices go up, 20, because that's just lazy. And yeah, I think the best intention is to put it as far down the road as we can and to make it as minimal as we can.
And the cynic would say, well, look, if you do this now, you're going to keep your customers later. But actually, that's a sensible thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, look, the family are heavily into philanthropy and charity, but I run a business.
Yeah.
And I have to make sure we've got 4,300 people that we employ, and I've got to try and ensure that 4,300 people remain employed. And to do that, the business has to be successful.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's cynical. I think it's just good business. We want to keep the customers we have as long as we have them. We'd like more people to shop at Choitrums, but it's what we do.
Are there any specific product categories that you're prioritizing, maybe price stability, anything that you look at in particular?
So it's, and again, it's a sort of government, it's the staples, rice, flour, sugar, all those things, which then affect bread and whatever, fruits and vegetables. We're trying to keep some of the basics down, and it is a little bit of switching. So that, there's less air-flown tomatoes now from Holland, but we're looking to bring more tomatoes and from, let's say, Jordan and Lebanon. Bless them as well; they're in trouble. But it's that switching, and we are trying to say to people, look, do they look as nice as the ones that are air-flown from Holland? No, but they were a lot better value when it started. They're still better value. When they're at their peak of freshness, use them in a salad. If you've got a couple that you don't want to put in a salad, boil them and make a tomato sauce. Yeah. So, the sort of message, we're great for us. Shop locally. Don't use your car as much. Buy little and often, and reduce your waste as well. It's not that there's any panic to reduce your waste. It's just good practice. We're doing it. Households should do it. Switch a little bit, fresh to frozen.
I wanted to ask you that question, but it's a very hard question to ask without it becoming, if you're telling us to, shop less and make sauces, and there's an element of panic in there. But I don't mean it that way, and I think you got it across well there. That actually, habits that if you can encourage habits now, they're good habits to take forward. Because we waste a lot of stuff, Mark.
People. Let's take beef. There are a large number of cuts on a piece of beef.
Yes.
That are not just fillet steak and sirloin steak and ribeye steak. Some of those cuts. Last weekend, I had a beautiful piece of brisket. Now you need to cook it for a good few hours. I smoked it. Right. It was great value compared to a fillet steak.
Such a man weekend thing to
do.
It
was a man weekend,
brisket,
but it was a lovely smoked
very
brisket.
Impressed.
But you can do things like that. There are joints that you can, speak to our butchers. They'll tell you, slow cook this one. You'll have a great meal, and it's good value. Chicken, we sell, part of the world we're in, we sell a great amount of chicken breast. Now, if you get a good recipe and you put thighs in there, it's just about being sensible at times. Reducing waste is always, it's funny. So culturally, it can be awkward, right? So there's a Muslim friend of mine who, when I'm in his house, his mother taught him that if you have a guest in your house, they shouldn't finish the plate. You should give them a bit more, right? My mother taught me to finish my plate. So when I'm in his house, there's always a race between cultures. I'm trying to finish it, and he's trying to make sure it doesn't look as if I haven't had enough. And we've been friends for years now, so we've come to an agreement. If it's just him and I there, he lets me finish my plate. If there's other people there, I leave a little bit on there so he doesn't have to fill it up. But it's little things like that. Reduce your waste.
Yeah.
You know, do it nicely. Cook some different things. I was speaking to somebody last night, and he was saying he's taking the time with his partner in the emergency now, and they've started cooking at home more, and they're actually enjoying the fact that they share a kitchen, do a bit of prep, do some cooking, sit down and eat a meal at home. There you go, you know, and you need different cuts because you're not going to do the same meal every day. Experiment, and I think you're fine.
It's kind of a good excuse to make a few changes in a way. If you know, if it pushes you in the right direction, why not? Final question for you. The order of the moment is volatility, certainly in oil markets and in many other markets. The uncertainty that we're seeing, that's the other order of the moment. I can see that weary kind of look in your eyes. But if diesel stays around the price it's at, it's 4.69 a litre, for the rest of this quarter, let's assume it just remains there, it's likely to go up, I suppose. What does that mean for the ability of retailers like you guys to maintain, you know, the price promise?
Yeah, that's when, as I said to you, a 10% increase gives us about 0.3, 0.4.
There's a couple of percent, isn't it, with the increase at the moment, in
well,
theory?
It is. So you probably start to see that leaking through, you know, as little of it as we can leaking through 3 to 4 weeks' time. Because we had stock in, now we've got to look at some efficiencies, then it'll start to bubble through. And that is in many ways inevitable unless the powers that be decide to have a moment of sense and sanity around what's going on.
Well, let's hope so. Actually, I said fine. I always lie and say final question, and then
Like
something
Columbo.
else comes in.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm increasingly like him in life as well. You should see my Mac outside. A message. If you had a message for people, for shoppers, because it's something we all do. It's something we all have in common. If people are concerned about rising living costs or potentially rising living costs, what would you say?
Yeah, I'd say, look, shop locally, don't hoard. There's no need. I mean, it's cash flow, right?
Yeah.
Shop locally, use your car less, use transport less, cook little and often, and, you know, I think we'll get through this current period of uncertainty. But that would be it, really. You know, look at your own costs. As I think I was saying before, reduce your own costs, so don't drive as much. Go to your local store, buy sensibly, switch products where you have to, reduce your waste, and you're in a good space.
I feel like we're in a life advice segment at the moment. I've just realised it's not like a retail segment. What's going on? I always like talking to you. Mark Mortimer-Davis is the CEO of Choi Trims. Appreciate you being here, being straightforward, and thanks for coming back in.
You're more than welcome.
Good to have you here.
Keep safe, everyone, right?
Thank you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.